honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 honesty, and you say honesty.
Greetings, 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 everyone. Can you hear me out there? Yeah, Missy. OT said there's an echo. Audrey, JP, Zona, George, Rex. Yeah, we can go and talk a little bit because Reggae Global, they're behind in the sense that they have to run commercials at the top of every hour for about 4 minutes. So we have some time so we can chit chat. Let me see something here. Mic check, mic check. Mike. Okay. Mr. Prezi, where you there? I see you in the green room, but OT still at your echo? Hold on. OT, on my sound. Talk to me. Mrs. I'm good. Mario. Mario. Okay, my good. All right, to Prezi, I'm bringing in Prezi. Prezi, welcome, sir. Prezi, you behave bad enough. I like how you behave now.
What happened? How trouble? Just tell me how trouble.
First of all, I'm glad to see you survive Milton and all of the people in Florida. Glad to know.
Thank you.
Called me a few days ago because we have some things we have to take care of. I watch you.
Pray for me. Let's pray for me. Yeah. Hey, listen, I slept in bed all day, after the storm. I was like, this is going to be my vacation. I was looking for a little bit more damage, but, I really enjoyed it. It was like 2, 3. I was getting up in the afternoon. I was like, yeah, that's how it feels for sleeping. So that was good. So it was a mini vacation in the middle of the storm.
Let me just fix this little thing.
Kevin. Yeah, move up on the mic. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
Something, cause Kevin step away. So he will join with. He soon join with. But him depend on the road to take care of some things. It's a time. Oh yeah, it's time now for Reggae Global folks. I think they've joined us now. So again. You can see me, not see me. You can hear me loud and clear, right? Because we have new mic and things, See it there? So, OT, I figure out what the cause of the echo. It's the fan. I have a fan inside the room, And I think that's the problem, because once I turned it off, everything was fine. Anyway, family, folks, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. I look forward to doing this every Saturday. I'm telling you, I really, really do. Now, I have a piece of good news. Big up to the East Howard Jaguars 10U football team. They beat a team that has been on today, just now. They beat a team that has been unbeaten in 4 years in the state of Maryland, Pikesville. So now East Howard Jaguars, they're ranked number 1 in the conference, and they're ranked number 7 in the state. And one of the reasons why I'm so happy, my son plays for East Howard Jaguars. So you know it go already. No, I mean, I'm up on a cloud right now. You know, I'm up on a high right now. Can't come down. My other son, his team, the Columbia Ravens, they made the playoffs. So, hey, life is good. Life is good. So, folks, I was told, and it's proven to be true, that Jamaica is rich with content, and these days it's usually bad content. You know, try as best as you can to come up with good stories. You're going to end up with a disproportionate amount of bad news. Crime and violence, poor education, shortage of affordable and livable housing, declining economy, agriculture issues, not to mention headline news concerning the political class, particularly our Prime Minister and his close and personal relationship with the Integrity Commission. Lots to talk about today. Oh, by the way, I hope all of you come prepared with your pen, your pencil, and your notepad, because today you are going to get an education in a whole bunch of statutes. Nobody can talk to you after today about the Charities Act, the Integrity Commission Act, and the Corruption Prevention Act. Nobody can talk to them after today, because we'll be able to show them chapter and verse. First of all, you'll be able to talk off the top of your head, and then when them challenge, you show them chapter and verse. Nobody can touch them today. It is going to be long. It might be painful, but trust me, I have a slide just for this particular thing here. In fact, let me put up the slide. Hold on, the president. Here's the slide. Let me show you the slide. Oh, today, here's the agenda. Dr. Ben is back. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But we'll be talking about restoring the body to its default or factory settings. And as you know, he's done about 3 segments on that. So we'll continue. Second thing, what you should know about the Integrity Commission Act, the Corruption Prevention Act, the Charities Act, and the Integrity Commission. Believe me, you cannot miss this, people. Cannot miss this. And then we have Mr. Lloyd Distant coming in to talk about reflections on the Consensus Monitoring and Crime Initiative. If you recall, this was an initiative that came into being just before the election in 2020, and it was a collaboration between the government, the opposition, civil society, business community, a whole bunch of people, where they say we're gonna talk about ways to stem the flow of crime, and also to raise the standard of the JCF. They were also going to do improvements to the correctional facilities, as well as the judiciary. And Mr. Lloyd Distant, not Distance, Distant, he was in charge of that. Enough bless. Hey, Roland, yeah man, big up yourself, Roland. And so he was in charge of that, and I just found out yesterday, that he's no longer there, and it's just mind-boggling, because he's been spearheading this thing, and I think he knows the issues better than most people. And the same time he left is the same time the stakeholders put out a piece in the press saying that they're disappointed with the way the Prime Minister is moving in terms of getting rid of Section 14.5, which speaks to illicit enrichment. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that, folks. Don't worry about that. We'll get to that. So he'll join us shortly. Here are the things we're going to talk about. You know, We have a program coming up. Prezi going to talk to you about that. The Integrity Commission, Charities Act, Corruption Prevention Act, Integrity Commission Act. Hey, don't make these acts, don't make them fool enough, right? We will break them down to the lowest common denominator so that you will be able to understand. All of the fancy language I'm using inside of that, we're going to decipher that. We're going to deconfuse all of you. So just stay with us. I promise you, today is going to be one of the days where you said it was well worth coming and listening to me and Prezi and the rest of the guests them on the program. Then we'll be talking about the Privy Council. Roland, stand by because we're going to talk about that. Then the judice rule. Interesting thing that you should all be familiar with. And we'll talk about how it works in Jamaica, how it works in the US, and you'll see the difference. Let me see. There's a panelist. Yours truly, Isat. I don't see him yet. I know he's traveling though, so he might not be here. So we have Kevin, who will join us soon, and Prezi is here. Of course, the engagement norms. Be an active listener. Use your time effectively. Be present. Speak to contribute from a constructive standpoint. When you're going to chat, celebrate others' contributions. We encourage that, and most of all, just enjoy the experience. Enjoy it. All right. And we know that a lot of you cannot stay for the entire program. We understand that. You can always go back and watch it, or you can talk to some of your friends, your family members, your neighbors who watched it, and then they can fill you in. All right, let me skip that one. Yeah. Here's one. Now we need to start with. Don't be fooled by the campaign. Idolizing a politician is like believing the stripper really likes you. And it is so true. We can't idolize these people, at least not anymore. All right. So let me move this. Yes, President. I just get back on with the news. Here's, we started off. I started off by saying, well, it's all bad news. And then I gave you the good news piece about my two sons. And here's another good piece of news. I'll be starting my new program. It's called Come Reason with Rattigan. And it will start this coming Wednesday. The program will run from 8 to 10 p.m. However, the program coming up on Wednesday will go for an hour. 9 to 10. I have some commitments from 8 to 9, so I can't make it. But I keep putting it off, and Prezi keep stabbing me, say you have to do it, So, and not only Prezi, but we have a group that we meet with on Mondays, our ambassadors, and they've been encouraging me, and they're such a source of inspiration. I mean, I love these people to death. They've been encouraging me and forcing me. I said, look, you have to start. Every week you say you're going to do it and you don't do it. You have to start now. And poor me, I'm a dunce when it comes to technology. I never have no Prezi set up the thing already until one of the members said, Prezi set up the thing long time, are you well with pants? So that's where we are with that. Hey, thanks, Sam. Yeah. Isat is in London. He's arguing another case before the Privy Council, so he might not be here with us. No, unlike this program, Reason with Rattigan, where I decide the stories to be discussed on this new program starting next Wednesday. You, family, you ambassadors, you supporters, you ladies and gentlemen, will drive the discussion with your phone calls and your chats. There will be no formal presentation, just you and me chatting about whatever you want to talk about. No holds barred. Now, I cannot promise that I'll be able to provide you with sufficient answers to all your questions, but the one thing you can be sure of is that I will definitely try to satisfy. And where I don't have the answers, I will tell you, and I will go research and then come back the following week or whenever we meet again. Because right now, I think we're going to try and do it like maybe once every 2 weeks or so, see how things work out. Maybe once every 3 weeks. But you'll understand. I have some other things to tell you, and you'll understand why. So Prezi, it's your goal. You want to talk to the people?
Absolutely. Good evening, everybody. Big up on yourself. Welcome. It's such a pleasure being here. And
one quick second. Let me just
yes, sir.
say to OT and Missy. Them right man, them complain about me. my cheer. Cause it need WD-40. And I promised Missy today. I said, Missy, I'm going to do it. Don't worry, you won't hear it squeak again. And Missy, I forgot. I apologize. OT, you know me love him. I apologize. I love the two of them. I apologize to them because them tell me all the time.
Man.
It's a cheer. So,
I know me not hear it, you know?
No, them hear it, man.
Rock it my ear. Oh, so. I don't hear nothing.
You don't hear it?
Not a thing.
No, them hear it.
No, man, the ear's too clean, man. The ear's too clean. Come in hear nothing.
Yeah, Missy, the way Missy, she explained it to me. She said, "Look, I don't want you to think like me, I curse you or anything like that, but you really need to fix it here." So I said, "No, you can't cuss any time. You can't cuss me at any time, Missy." But Missy, I promise you, and OT, the next week, by Wednesday, I'm gonna fix this chair, fix or replace. Unlike what our Prime Minister is trying to do, you know, we're not repealing and not replacing. So we're going to either fix or replace. So. Come next week, come Wednesday, you won't hear the squeak. Right? President, all yours, sir.
I'm not hear a thing, but nonetheless, for those of you asking me what's in my cup, trust me, take a look. Tell me what you say. Yeah, I can say good stuff. Good stuff is in the cup. Yes, it's coconut water. So I know some want to drink hard, you know, but coconut water, trying to get my electrolytes. So. But nonetheless, good afternoon, welcome. As our leader just said, we're looking forward to extending the channel and to create further opportunities for you to engage in the civics affair and to equip yourself with what is going on in Jamaica. And what we're doing and what we're aiming to do and what the OJLDF is aiming to do under the leadership of Mr. Rattigan is to, get to the point where we can really educate you and empower you so that you can be an informed citizen. Because for too long, politicians have lied and deceived the people. Politicians have pulled over people's eye. And until they met up with the rebel, until they met up with one person who's not afraid to take the fight to them, then you start realizing all the dominoes are falling. And this is just the beginning. Because what we're aiming to do with the Wednesday night program, you can just stand and do it later. What we're aiming to do is to focus on empowering you and equipping you and also engaging with you, because a lot of you have a lot of brilliant ideas, and sometimes during the broadcast on a Saturday, Mr. Rattigan is not able to interact and spend a lot of time with you and going over some of the concerns you have. And that is why the team is really excited that he's providing an opportunity that you can have a one-on-one with him. Because a lot of times you come on, you can do a little, comment here and there, but, for you to call in, for you to, really engage, for you to drive a conversation is something that you haven't been able to do until he decided that, we want to offer the people them that. So here is an opportunity. So here's the deal. What we're hoping to do is to switch this up a little bit. So we have this channel right here that all of you are on. We have many, many thousands of you who are subscribers. But what we're hoping to do is to drive traffic to a new channel, a new YouTube channel, an additional YouTube channel. And in order for you to partake in the Wednesday, because it won't be on this channel, it will not be on Reason with Rattigan. So we have a new channel that we would like for you to, be a part of. So we're asking you to be with us you know, in subscribing to one of the new channel that we have launched. So here is a new channel. It is the OJLDF channel. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the screen. So this here is really a simple channel. All you have to do in your YouTube search bar is very, very simple. It's just at OJLDF. Once you go there, it's brand new. We don't have any subscribers. As you can see, 5 subscribers. That's probably me and a few other people who might have searched and found it. But this is going to be the new channel where the Wednesday night will be taking place. I need all of you, just put the @ sign in the OJLDF and go over and search for it and subscribe. All you have to do is put the @ sign OJLDF. You will find the page, and we're asking you to subscribe. So we really need you to subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit all. Yes, I just hit all there for me. So subscribe then all. Once you do that, that is going to provide an opportunity for you. And we need everybody to subscribe. We need everybody. So far I just had 5 subscribers. Now we're up to 14. So some of you already start working. This is where you're going to get the education. This is where you will get the opportunity to really, really go deep into your civics, go deep into the in-depth. And this is where you're going to get your teaching. This is where Mr. Rattigan is going to teach you, like literally empower you. I know some people are going to hate you for it. They already hate him that he's giving you all this information and showing you that you don't have to be afraid of politicians. As a matter of fact, politicians, a lot of them are politicians. You don't have to be afraid of them because you have the support, you have the backative, and you have the power. Because the power rests with you. You're the one that makes them feel terrified at night. You're the one they're afraid of. Imagine if Rattigan is able to build up many little more Rattigans, and then all of these people are torn in the government's flesh. You know how good that would be in terms of accountability, in terms of people doing the right thing. And that is what is very, very important for us. So we're up to 44 subscribers, and what we were thinking, we need 1,000 subscribers. I'm thinking 1,000 subscribers is a great way to get the ball rolling. So Wednesday night, when we roll out and we kick off at 9 o'clock on Wednesday, we want everybody to be a part of it. But not only I want you to be a part of it. This is just like how you always share the information on what is going on with Reason with Rattigan. It's the same way. We want you to do the same thing with this. Just jump over, as Andrea said, and subscribe. Please. We need everybody just to hop on over a little bit. If you have to jump off, because some of you on your phone, you might not be able to do both. But, you know, we want to thank all of you. As Valerie said, Mr. Rattigan, congratulations on your new channel. It is good that you will introduce civics, because I was told by friends and family that civics is not taught in schools anymore in Jamaica. But, you know, Valerie, you know, I'm so happy you point that out, because that is what's missing. If you don't empower the people, if you don't teach the people, you're going to have the people as idiot. If the people don't know their constitutional rights, if the people don't know what is constitutionally possible and should be done by the government will pull a wool over their eye. And that is exactly what we're seeing here, that with the OJLDF and what Mr. Rattigan is doing. You know, he spent decades working with the United States government, working as a special agent in the FBI. And he has amassed so much experience. And what's the best way to pass that experience on but to give it to somebody else? And here we are. We're at a pivotal moment right now in the history of Jamaica. This has never been done before. A lot of people come out and them talk, yeah, the government this and the government that, and fire for Babylon, and the mother politicians, them are thief, and the one of them are wicked, and PNIs them are making. PNIs them are making. But Who have you seen really taking the time to break down things into detail? And we're not talking about sensationalize a topic. We're talking about breaking down things in detail so that you can be empowered. So listen to me. This is what we wanted to do. Hop on over to the OJLDF. And yes, thank you so much, Mr. Bram, 61 and counting, because that's what we want to do. And before I turn back to Will, we have to get at least 100 subscribers. We want 1,000 today. But before I turn back, give me 100 subscribers so we can turn back over to our leader. Because we want to do that. So we're up to 80. All right. So 20 more of you real quick. But I want everybody to do it, you know. And Ingrid, come on. I want you to help push it. But remember, not only we want you to subscribe, but we want you to share the link with somebody. Just copy the link, share it with somebody and say, yo, I need you to subscribe to this because I yes so it there. If you want to learn how to hold government accountable, and the good thing about it, you know, this is not against the the Holness administration. I remember Uncle me alone can say Holness. You guys must say the Honorable Dr. Michael Angelo Michael Holness. Please make sure you say the Honorable Prime Minister. Only Mr. President can say Holness. All right. So it's not about holding Holness accountable. It's not about holding Market G accountable. It's holding any government accountable. Because if this becomes only a JLP thing, then we would have failed. And this is not the goal. And Mr. Rattigan have vehemently told you from day one that nothing that they say regarding political leaning or political ideology is true. And we want to say to you right now, with all absolute certainty, thank you so much, Mitzi. Share it 10 times, love it. Get it on the WhatsApp, people. Put it on your WhatsApp status. Say, if you want to learn about Jamaica, this is where you need to be. So please, we need to get this going. So please, we know that this, and I will say that, oh, that's so rude. Pastor Ricky, boy, I love you, but the man said the most dishonorable conjure wickedness. All right, we don't know about that, but we call him the Honorable Prime Minister. Because at the end of the day, as I said before, he represents the country. He represents you and your interest in international affairs and anything as it relates to the country. So irrespective of his corruption, irrespective of his incompetence, irrespective of everything that we know, and what you will also learn today from our leader, we know we still have to offer the same respect that the
Prezi.
Make sure we're at 100 and 109, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it coming. I take great pleasure in yielding back to Mr. Rattigan.
Thank you, Prezi. Well done. You know, me and you make a good team, man. You know, you're the hype man. You know, somebody just I just saw where one said, "Oh, Shirley says she can't find the channel. Can you tell her, please tell her where she can find it?"
In your search box on YouTube, just put the @ I'm going to put it in the chat. OJLDF. All you have to do is search the @. Make sure you put the @ because if you don't put the @, you're going to see a bunch of YouTube video about OJLDF. So you don't want to see a bunch of YouTube videos. You want to go right there. And here you go, Pastor Ricky. I respect the office of the Prime Minister, but not the old of the current office. And we concur, sir. We totally on the same page with you. And we're hoping that as we continue to empower ourselves, as we continue to educate ourselves, as we continue to listen and learn, you know, from, you know, Will and every one of the guests that is brought on to this program, it is to empower you. It's to give you the tools that you need to empower yourself and future generation. Will?
Okay, thank you. Somebody also mentioned about the Magnitsky and said, when is it going to happen? Because we've been promising it for a while. It is true. But I've learned that the way you boil a frog is you don't make the water hot first and then you throw the frog inside and kind of jump out. You have to put him inside there and just do a slow boil. And before you know it, him waterlogged and just can't get out of it. So that's our plan. But believe me, the Magnitsky, it's coming. And then we're gonna tell you about something else today. So that it dovetails with the Magnitsky. But we're also going to start a new segment called Community Awareness. New segment we're going to start on Saturday. It's called Community Awareness. And we will be providing information concerning matters of interest to you, our brothers and sisters, our supporters. Today, we're going to start with 3 announcements in the Community Awareness segment. The first one I want to start with is I want to talk a little bit about health. If you live in New York, or even if you live outside of New York, but particularly if you live in New York, there is a medical center called Rison Primary Care. And let me tell you about it. It's located at 3215 Avenue H in Brooklyn, Suite 1P. It's on the ground floor. It's right on the corner of New York Avenue and Avenue H. You can't miss it. You'll find a team of experienced professionals there, and they're led by practitioner Richard Crooks, and a dear friend of mine. They're committed to providing comprehensive care tailored to your needs. Now, beyond regular checkups, Rison offers specialized services like weight management therapy, testosterone therapy, diabetes management, and even IV infusion therapy. They're equipped to handle a wide range of health concerns. Now, what sets them apart from the others is their patient-first approach. They're not just treating symptoms. They're working with you as a person to improve your overall wellness. Now, if you're considering a new primary care medical practice or you need specialized care, why not give Rison Primary Care a call? They're ready to answer your questions and help you on your path to better health. Now, remember, that's Rison Primary Care, Risson, at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P in Brooklyn, New York. Your health matters. So reach out to them today and see how they can help. The telephone number for Rison is 718-717-2278. Prezi, you can throw that up for me, please. 718-717-2278. And when you call, just tell them, say, Will send you over there. All right? And they won't take extra special care of you. They take extra special care of all of their patients. But them go and put a little bit more oomph in it when you tell them, Will send you over there. So again, if you have weight management problem, if you have testosterone problem, if you have diabetes problem, just give them a call. Today, I think they're open today. They're not open on Sundays, of course, but then call them on Monday. Now, next week, we're going to have a special guest on our program from Rison. The office manager from Rison will be joining us to discuss in detail the medical services they provide. So if you want to learn more about what Rison can offer you, make sure that you tune in next week. But before next week, please give them a call at 717-2278. That's 717-2278. The next matter of community awareness is how many of you have insurance? How many of you? We've seen a proliferation of GoFundMe, where people they pass away and the family can't take care of them, and so they're asking for friends and family to support through the platform. Now, it's very, very important that you get involved with the insurance business. And when I say the business of insurance, it's also about the business of health, and it's a business of passing on expenses for your funeral to the insurance companies. Now, I have a number here, 917-600-9889. That's 917-600-9889. I'll repeat because that's the South African way of giving out telephone numbers. 917 600-9889. Just text them, put your name in, they'll get in touch with you. There are reasons why we can't mention the name right now, but trust me, it's a reputable thing. I wouldn't send you over there if I didn't think it was reputable and if I didn't check it out. So do that. The third thing is this. Folks, be very, very careful out there when you get phone calls from people pretending to offer you a business opportunity, or you get it online. And I'll tell you why, and why this segment of our program is so vitally important. And I should have thought about this a long time ago, because this is something that I used to do for a living. Just a few days ago, I got a call from a potential client. And here's what happened. This client received a phone call from MGM, and I'm saying it out there. So if any of you getting phone calls or WhatsApp messages from MGM, be very, very careful. Now, this client received a WhatsApp message saying, hey, MGM would like to offer you a job. We want you to review movies for us, and we will pay you for reviewing these movies. Not only will we pay you, we will type up the reviews, and all you have to do is just watch a little bit of the movies, and then click on the review, and then we will pay you. And this client was paid, actually, but what they do is they pay you, you open an account, they pay you, and the money's sitting there. Then here is the kicker now. They said, okay, we have a huge blockbuster. We think it's a blockbuster coming up, and we need you to review this movie, and we only send them to special people to review. And we need you to put down like $10,000 to review this movie, and whatever the movie makes, then you will get a percentage of it. We'll in addition to your review, we will pay you. Long story short, they sent the client this blockbuster. Then he reviewed it. They put the money in his account. Well, not in the account that they set up for him. Then they said, hey, we have 2 more movies. So they kept him busy. And he's looking and he's seeing that is 20 grand he put up. It's now, I don't know, 25. And then they tell him, here's another movie. We're going to require you to put up 25, put up the 25. And they showed him on the link, on the platform, how much money he made on that. They got him up to $80,000. And what happened is, person came to see me and looked at the documents, and regrettably, I had to tell him that, look, you've been scammed. You have been scammed. And right now we're working to find out, where the money went and see if we can recover the money. And there are some other things that we're doing. We're working with some people, and they're doing some deep dives to figure out where did this money go. So I say all of that to say this, folks. If you get a call, or if you get a text message or whatever, and you get this deal that just sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. Do not put your money in it. Or here's what I suggest to you. If you get a call like that, or a text like that, just call me. I will look over the documents for you. I will do the due diligence for you, because I don't want you to be scammed. I don't want you to be scammed. So when you get it, all you do is just tell them, listen, I got to run it by my attorney. You tell them that. Sometimes they won't even call you back when you say, I'm going to run it by my attorney. And you can even tell them that, look, I'm going to run it by my attorney who retired from the FBI. That usually that usually scares them. If they're not legit, that's going to scare them for the most part. But please, just do not put your money with these people. Do not. Just take the information, call me. And that's why we're going to have the Wednesday night program too. So you call me and we can go over all of that, and I can tell you if it's a scheme or illegitimate, or if it's something that just illegitimate or illegal, and that you shouldn't put your money there. Long story short. And yeah, you're right, OT. Seniors, they target seniors a lot because they know seniors are not astute in terms of double checking, making sure that whatever they're hearing is absolutely true. And then sometimes the way they couch things, and don't forget they can spoof emails. I've heard about them. Well, I've seen it actually, where they take over a website. They put up a website and it looks like a legitimate website, but it's not. So please do not put your money with these people. When them calling or sending a message, just tell them, say, listen, I have to run this by Rattigan. Rattigan is my lawyer and he's also a retired FBI agent. Just do that for me, please. All right. Kevin has another story, another scam story that's just out of this world. And when he gets here, he'll talk to you about that. I won't steal his glory. No, I plan to do let me see if anybody else is here. No. I plan to do segments on Minister Clark and also the government's intentional failure to secure our ports and airports. And again, I won't be able to do them because of the developments concerning the imbroglio between, and it's a fancy word, just means, the issues between the Prime Minister and the Integrity Commission. As was the case when we last met, you're going, and I mentioned it earlier, you're going to need your pen and paper to follow and understand some of the issues concerning the Integrity Commission, the Charities Act, the Corruption Prevention Act, and the Integrity Commission Act. Please, 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 may I beg you, get on a pen and paper ready. I need them. I'll break it down so that everyone will understand and able to converse and teach others. As Malcolm X said, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So we're going to do it, start today. And if I'm not successful today, well, there's always Wednesday. Looking forward to seeing all of you. Now, several of the ambassadors, they're very concerned for me, and they've said, why, sleep, this you have spent, and I mean, I understand the concern. I appreciate it. So let me just share some of the developments in my life with all of you so that you can understand where I'm coming from. Oh, Tenacious One, you got it and you ignored it. Good for you. Good for you. And by the way, the person who's doing the deep dive for me told me that it is a scam, and they've located some websites and some complaints already. So the question now is, how do we get the money back? We're working on that. Now, here are some of the developments in my life. I am going to sit with my laptop and start writing again. As some of you know, about 3 years ago, I started writing a book. And within 4 months, the information was just flowing, And in 4 months, I was up to about 250, 300 pages before writer's block kicked in. And then for those of you who have written, publications, pamphlets, books, or whatever, you know what writer's block is. For those of you who even go to school and you do your research and you're thinking about what you're going to put on paper, sometimes you have to just step away from it because we call it the law of diminishing returns, where you're spending a lot of time, but you're not achieving anything, nothing's going through. So that kicked in 4 months after I started. And I was encouraged, but I'm glad I didn't do it. I was encouraged to ink a book deal because a few people checked out the type of book that I'm writing, and they said there is absolutely nothing out there like the book I'm writing. Not really big up myself, but it's them telling me that, because they asked me to give them a summary of the book, and then I gave it to them. They said there's nothing like that out there. But I'm glad I didn't do a deal, because I would have a publisher breathing down my neck. That's one. And then two, they would give you an advance. And when they give you an advance, when that book, starts to sell, you don't get any money until them get back them advance. So doing it this way, I do it at my own pleasure and leisure. And then once the book starts to sell, I start making money from the first copy sold. I don't have to wait for a publishing house to get their money back. So now I'm beginning to feel the energy, the drive, and the enthusiasm to complete the bestseller, as some people are prophesying that it will be. So much things to say right now. Also, through the power of the Almighty and the assistance from some good people in unexpected places, my client base has expanded over the past 3 months. And I have so much legal work that I now are referring clients to other attorneys. I mean, I never see anything like this. And most of you know, I come on here, I don't advertise, my practice. I don't, right? And I'm telling you, every day I'm getting and they're really good cases. They're really good cases, but I just don't have the manpower to do it. I have 4 attorneys that I work with constantly and 2 paralegals. And it's just too much. Just too much. I mean, this week I had to refer 2 cases to one attorney and I think another 2 to another attorney. It's just too much work. But again, it's a good problem to have. And as you know, it takes a lot of research to prepare for this program, because I want to make this program. I don't want. Well, it was never my intention to have this program for drama or cascas. It was always to educate our people, and to do that, it requires a significant amount of time. You have to invest a lot of time to get the material, assess the material, put it together, and all of that. And believe me, I'm having a blast doing it because it's not work for me. But nonetheless, you still have to spend the time. And I'm also getting ready to ramp up the effort with an incredible group of like-minded people to hold the government accountable, particularly the Prime Minister. This is where you get involved with the Magnitsky, and you get involved with the international corruption bodies and the donor agencies. Believe me, folks, it takes a lot of work. Yeah, Valerie, it's a blessing from God. You're absolutely correct. Colleen, all right. If I need anyone to do medical reviews. All right. Well, Colleen, you have to be here next week. If no other week, you have to be here next week when Risan, representative, the office manager, will be here. And then the following week, I think the owner will be here. I also have a personal life beyond the law and the events associated with this microphone and the failing Jamaican government. Do have a personal life. Rest. I have to get some well-needed rest. Because every Monday night, Prezi and our little group, them it's like it comes up, So sleep is not my friend. And I'm up for approximately 21 hours every day. I mean, I sleep. Now I find that I'm sleeping even less now. I'm sleeping 3 hours a night. 3 hours a night. 21 hours, I'm just up and down doing all kinds of things. And although I've been doing this for years, without adverse effects, I've been warned several times by lots of people that it's going to catch up with me. So I'll be making some changes because self-preservation is key. I mean, no want me on a Saturday. No want me want to no want me. So it's mutual, right? And that's what's going on in my world, folks. So if you don't see a lot of me, except for these 2 programs, then you can understand why. Because I have a lot going on. And thank God for people like Prezi and the rest of the group, OT and Karen and give me some of the names, Prezi, because so many things are fly Omar.
Yeah.
And
Marva.
Yeah. And on the list goes on. We shouldn't start the name thing because now some people are
I always get in trouble. No, y'all try to put me in that trouble.
Because Missy Privy, Missy talk.
Yeah, we have Janet, Nashika.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
Barbara, yes, of course. Cora, we shouldn't start the name calling, because we shouldn't because what happens is that my mind right now, my mind, but they're way ahead, but they're like 2 segments away, right? And so now I have to kind of reel it back now and come back, have a reverse and right. Also Jeffrey T, Mr. Boomva V. Yes. What's that? MX? I can't pronounce that name. Miss Extension Funk. She said rest is important, and that's true. Ah, there it is. Yeah, don't neglect that. Yeah, yeah. But you know, the thing is, for years, people, I've functioned on 3 to 5 hours sleep. I cannot sleep more than 5. 5 hours is like if I go beyond, my body knows it. If I go beyond 5, it takes me about 2 days to come back to normal because I, you know, you just feel drowsy and you start getting well, I start to get aches and pains. 3 to 4 ideal for me. I'm fine. And then, you know, I have a thing I say, when you sleep you miss things, you know, because you're not watching the TV. And then that's another thing too. I can't sleep without noise. I have to have noise. I have to have the TV going and music playing, and the lights. I'm just weird that way. I'm just weird. But Corinne, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it that I need some rest. And Jeffrey said, "Man, Jeffrey." So, uh, let me see it. Yeah, Colleen, I mean, you're right. You're right. Ah, see, Andrea said she can't sleep more than 5 hours. She get groggy and out of it. That's who I am. Yeah, Colleen, it's not healthy. All right. No, I'm gonna take that into consideration. Too wired, right? Yeah, that's true, Galactic. Pauline said I was younger then. Carls, are you single? Doreen, 7 hours? No, man, that's too much. You missed too many things. Too many things. Anyway, folks, here's what's going on now. Speaking of the Prime Minister, now, despite his expressed plan, just make sure we're not having an echo. Despite his express plan to move Jamaica away from a constitutional monarchy to a republic, he did not hesitate to accept the lifetime appointment to Her Majesty's Most Honorable Privy Council. Never met that pass him. Although him say, we're moving away from the constitutional monarchy to a republic. And he did that in May of 2021. Now, it seems like a contradiction, or at least a self-serving effort at aggrandizement, you know, to feel important, to hang out with important people. Because he said, we're moving away, so why would you even go join them group? And you don't join. I mean, I guess you're invited to join that thing. So he could have rejected it. Nevertheless, in March 2022, remember now, he was appointed in May of 2021. And in March of 2022, he served official and direct notice to the monarchy that Jamaica was ready to break free from its constitutional colonial yoke. But he didn't do what should have been done. He didn't resign from the Privy Council. He should have resigned. Let me show you the oath. And this came up a while back, but let me show you the oath that he took. And you're going to find it amazing that our Prime Minister went and did that. Yeah, he's no. That's where the. By the way, this is where the most honorable title comes from, right here for the Privy Council. Now, here's the oath of a privy. This is the oath that you must take. No ifs, ands, or buts. No. Hear what it says. You do swear by Almighty God to be a true and faithful servant unto the Queen's Majesty as one of Her Majesty's Privy Council. You will not know or understand of any matter of thing to be attempted, done, or spoken against Her Majesty's person, honor, crown, or dignity royal, but you will let and withstand the same to the uttermost of your power. So you hear things, you have to. Oh, here it goes on to say you have to let the king. Well, in this case, it will be the king, and either cause it to be revealed to Her Majesty herself or to such of her Privy Council as shall advertise Her Majesty of the same. I'm going to break down this language for you. It's real simple. You will in all things to be moved, treated, and debated in council, faithfully and truly declare your mind and opinion according to your heart and conscience. So far, all it's saying is that you pledge allegiance to Her Majesty, and if you hear things, you have to make them Her Majesty or His Majesty know about it, and you will keep all matters secret, matters that you discuss in the council. And if any of the said treaties or councils shall touch any of the councillors, you will not reveal it unto him, but will keep the same until such time as, by the consent of Her Majesty or of the council, publication shall be made of. Forget about that. Here's the most important part of this pledge. Now this oath. You will, to your uttermost, bear faith and allegiance to the Queen's Majesty or to the King's Majesty. Hear that? You will, to your uttermost, bear faith and allegiance to the King's Majesty, and will assist and defend all civil and temporal jurisdictions, preeminences, and authorities granted to His Majesty and annexed to the Crown by acts of Parliament or otherwise against all foreign princes, persons, prelates, states, or potentates. And generally, in all things you will do as a faithful and true servant ought to do to His Majesty. So help you God. So this is the oath that our Prime Minister took, that his allegiance, it's right there, is to the monarchy. While he's saying this, he's already planning that we're going to leave the monarchy. We're going to have a republic. So I don't know why he remained there, but be that as it may, that's exactly what he did. Now, what is the Privy Council? It's not the court where Isat successfully argued for his client. It's part and parcel of it, but it's not the Privy Council. It has been around from the 13th century. Presently, it's a group of about 750 advisors to King Charles concerning the sovereign's power and other matters. And it's composed primarily of British parliamentarians, retired and current. However, there are some religious figures within the body and Commonwealth government officials, including heads of state. And that's where our Prime Minister got involved. Now, why am I harping about this? Here's why. These counselors are supposed to be the creme de la creme, the best of the best, above and beyond reproach, as pure as the driven snow. You can't have a significant number of people you pledge to serve. I express the sentiment, say you are chopper, when you're supposed to be big advisor to the king. You cannot supposed to be above and beyond reproach, and you're big advisor to the king, and you have your own people and say, no, you're chopper. That's unacceptable. You cannot have that. That is something the king will not countenance. Whoever the king is, that is something he can't countenance. Well, is our Prime Minister meeting or exceeding the expected standard of an advisor to the king? Now, given the Prime Minister's present situation, the answer must be a resounding no. He's not measuring up. Our Prime Minister is probably an unofficial advisor to his confederate, the Governor General, in violating our people's rights with the unconstitutional SOEs. But no, he's not measuring up to the standard as an advisor to King Charles. Now, interestingly, from 1993 to 2022, our former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson was also a member of this elite group until he requested to be removed. And people were criticizing him because I think he gave the reason saying that because he believed in that we should be moving away from the monarchy to a republican form of government. He couldn't in good conscience remain there. And some people are saying, yeah, but you didn't do it when you were Prime Minister. You wait until after you're gone to do it. You should have done it. Be that as it may, he's no longer a member of the group. Now, we have a list of the folks who were expelled or asked to be removed from this Privy Council. The Prime Minister should join this list. The list of people asked to be removed, expelled, or them just take for themselves. He's supposed to be in that group. And we are going to take the time to present the case to the king and some of the councillors in the UK. Now, Roland, I know you listen to me now, Roland. I know you listen to me. Big up yourself, my brethren, you and your wife and the rest of the family. Now, Roland is what I refer to Roland as the valiant one, the courageous one, the one who no take no talk. the one who run the vice, him have the vice script. Roland, I know you're going to help me with these submissions. I think that there is an abundance of evidentiary material, including but not limited to the 2 IC reports recommended the prosecution of our Prime Minister, not to mention his present efforts that, if he's successful, will certainly result in Jamaica being declared as one of the most corrupt nations on earth. Now, let me show you this list here. All right, here we go. Yeah, I think you can see it. All right. List of people removed from the Privy Council, right? And as you see it right here, it's a lifetime appointment. But of course, them can kick you out. Now, look at some of the people who got kicked out. Lord Churchill and the Earl of Shrewsbury. They were struck out as being suspected of intrigues. Don't know what that means. But then they came back. The Duke of Ormond, he was struck out, but I think he came back. Yeah, came back a year later. Earl Coningsby, struck out as a result of a petition from the Leo Minster Corporation arising from his, quote, tyranny and injustice, end of quote, as a landowner. Earl of Macclesfield, struck out after being convicted of corruption and fined £30,000. This is way back, back in the 1700s. Here's another one. William Pulteney, he was struck out after writing an offensive pamphlet against Robert Walpole and King George II. And then he came back. And then they have Lord George Sackville. Then you have Henry Flood, who was struck out of the list, quote, by the king's own hand, end of quote. We don't know what that means, but I think in this case, we need the king to use him own hand and get rid of this, get rid of the prime minister off of the council. Charles James Fox was struck out after making a toast of the sovereignty of the people, but he was restored. Viscount Melville, Sir Edgar Speyer. All right, here's one that I think our prime minister, we should be looking at in terms of our prime minister. John Profumo, this is 1963. He was removed after admitting giving a false statement to Parliament. If you go through the report, I don't want to talk about it because I will get to that legal principle because the case is in court. But look at what happened to John. He was removed after admitting giving a false statement to Parliament. John Stonehouse, he was requested to be removed after conviction for theft and false pretenses, and he received a sentence of 7 years. Here's another one. Jonathan Aitken, for a libel case, and the police were investigating him for perjury. Before they could complete the investigation, he was removed. Elliot Morley, struck out after pleading guilty to false accounting, sentenced to 16 months. Chris Huhn, requested to be removed after pleading guilty to perverting the course of justice. That could mean anything. Now, Dennis McShane, he requested to be removed. We don't know the reason why. Lord Prescott, he requested to be removed. Sir Timus Treacy requested to be removed. And here's the very last person to be removed from the Privy Council, our own Percival Patterson. And he was removed on the 13th of April, 2022. He requested to be removed. He wasn't kicked off. He requested to be removed. And I think it had to do with, my recollection is that it had to do with his belief about Jamaica being self-governing and away from the
monarchy rule.
Yeah. So let me move that. So that's where we are. Now, again, You have a brethren, Roland, or Roland no keen teeth, Roland no wrap up. So Roland, we have to get this thing out. Let me show you something else, folks. Look at this. This is similar to what's going. I'll read it. I'll read it for you. Ukrainian anti-corruption watchdog publishes damning findings. Listen to this. In a sample of 392 mandatory disclosures, that is like our statutory declarations, audited by the body, just one was reported clean. One. And here it is, just one out of nearly 400 mandatory financial statements submitted by Ukrainian officials this year was completely free of discrepancies and violations when double-checked by the National Agency for Corruption Prevention. In almost a third of the sample documents, they found serious deviations. And it goes on and on and on. But see, there are people out there trying to do something about cleaning up what's going on in their country. The people out there trying to do something. And I think we ought to do something too. Now, it's important to note that this, trying to get the king to kick off the prime minister of the Privy Council is not the most important thing we can do to bring attention to the nature of our prime minister. But it is a step in the right direction because he has a penchant for being penchant, not pension. He has a penchant for being in the company of perceived and real brilliance and power. So, it adds to the allure of what he's trying to project to people, that he's bright, he's hanging out with brilliant people, so on and so forth. What better way to expose him as the pariah he is and insist on his expulsion from this exclusive group that he has no business being a part of? What better way than to say to the king, look, here are the two IC reports, and here are some other things that we have on the prime minister, and we're asking you to relieve him of his duties. You cannot have this man in your midst saying that and remove the most honorable title too. You cannot have him there advising you because it's a reflection on you. It's a taint on you, King Charles. So you have to get rid of him. No, it's going to be up to King Charles to do what he wants to do. But we have to do what we have to do. So Roland, me I call upon you again. Me I have to talk because I hope to get this letter out next week. So we have to talk and get it to you. Well, you have the links over at Buckingham Palace. So we have to deal with that. And by the way, folks, if you don't know Roland will wrap up, Roland know the people over Buckingham because Roland sends stuff over there already. So just like me. So we can't just sit down here and just talk and not take action. So going back to the Magnitsky, this is a first step in that direction. Now, on a different topic, the Integrity Commission's report has been tabled. Everybody knows that. And therefore, Section 53.3, which is the gag order, it's no longer applicable to anyone. Anybody can talk about it, right? The report. Now, I've reached out to them. I've made it clear that under 53.3, you can't talk to me until it's tabled. At least that's their interpretation of it. I don't see it that way. But nevertheless, the report has been tabled. So now there's no prohibition on talking about the report. I reached out to them on several occasions and they have not responded. So we'll see. Mr. Nigel Clark, we have to talk real soon. The trees are rustling with the sound of discontent between you and the Prime Minister. Minister Clark, please remember to avoid the food and the drink at the various fetes that you will attend. Remember that your home is your sanctuary until your departure. And we will talk when you get here. Looking forward to receiving you. All right. Relax with the Rebel tonight. Tonight's edition of Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio will feature sweet reggae music from several contemporary artists like Chronix and from icons like Berries. So if you love Chronix, if you love Berries and all the artists in between, you need to tune in tonight. Make plans to spend some time with Rebel tonight on Reggae Global Radio. Now, hold on, before I bring in the president, let me just put see that. Before I bring in, let me just put this up. Remember last week, folks, I said I had to go to a wedding. This is where I went. I'm in my watch now, you know. Yeah. We ain't in the picture, but some of my brethren there, Bone Man, we call him, and Deon. Congratulations on tying the knot last week. It was a spectacular and enjoyable event. More life and more success to both of you. Don't forget, Bone Man, you have to link me. We have some things we have to talk about. But see now, my virgin, what house him come from to, you know? What house? So, Bone Man, bless up yourself. Deon? Yeah. Now, blessings upon all our family members who experienced the power and the wrath of Milton across Florida and are with us to tell the story. People like Privy. I'm going to ask him when, you know, how him got through it. Prayers for Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, my P. Me know say Michelle Vex because I don't call her name, you know, my P. So I call her name. Bless up, Michelle. All right. Ma Jean, Uncle Moulton, Mildred, Desmond, Joanna Marie, get well soon. Prayers are pile up for you. Paul, Sassy Diva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob De Souza, Barry. Yeah, me talk to Barry this week, and him Hannah feel a little bit better, but you know, not fast enough for him because him love work. So get well soon, brethren. Bunny Jump, big up yourself. Mr. Baxter, I need to call you because I got a phone call from somebody calling on your behalf yesterday, but we weren't able to stay on the phone long enough. I think the call was interrupted and then couldn't get back online. So big up yourself. I know you're alive. I know you're well. Everything is okay. You live in Central Florida. You're on high ground, so no flooding issues. The only thing we were worried about was the roof, and I think the roof still intact. So that's that. And last but not least, Fittest, the hardest dread, my brethren in Brooklyn. Big up yourself. Hope to see you soon. Big up our ambassadors and supporters, wherever you are in the world. Germany, England, Canada, Jamaica, Barbados, Bermuda, wherever you are. South Africa, Botswana, Mozambique, Angola. Big up yourself, Russell, and all of the family members them from Double Road. Big up on yourself. Wherever you are, big up on yourself. Big up our hard-working producer, Joan, a righteous person who is forever faithful to the cause. One of these days, folks, I promise you, you will meet this extraordinary woman, and you're going to feel the same way about her as I do. Now, today's presentations, the opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Guess what, folks? By special request and popular demand, Dr. Ben is back. He's supposed to be here. I don't see him yet. I have to give him a call. Somebody called me earlier. I think it was Michelle called me earlier and said they've been trying to locate him today, and so far no word. I chatted with him yesterday, and he was in fine spirits. So we'll try and find him. He will continue with his series, Restoring the Body to its Default or Factory Setting. Much to learn about your health. And don't forget, your health is your wealth. Raleigh, Pee Wee, and the Dread-Eye Dread Band. I have not forgotten you, brethren. Trust me, I have not forgotten you. So just stay tuned. Bear with me. Prezi will talk about our Zelle email. And he has spoken already about the brand spanking new program. And he'll talk to you about anything else you want to talk about. And again, get your pen and paper ready as we traverse the Charities Act, the Integrity Commission Act, and the Corruption Prevention Act. As well as we're going to talk a little bit about the Integrity Commission itself. So, Prezi, I'll take a break now and turn it to you, sir.
Oh, all right. Awesome.
Big J, 64 yards. When is the mathematician coming back? That's Richard. I think he's coming back next week or the week after. And then we're going to have some teachers Keon Montague and the headmaster out in was it Yalas High School. We're gonna have them on again because we want to do something special for them from the foundation, as well as some other schools as well. Yeah, some other schools. We have some things planned for them. So, Prezi, yours.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. For those of you who have subscribed already, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're still not where we want to be. So let's hop on back over to the YouTube site. So far, as you can see here, we have 208 subscribers. So we need you to continue subscribing because on Wednesday, when Mr. Rattigan is doing the new class, and it's definitely going to be interactive where you can call in, you can ask questions, you can drive the conversation. You need to be able to watch it here. It's not going to be on this channel that you're currently on. So you really, 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 really need to subscribe. So for those of you who have subscribed, thank you. We have 213 subscribers, and we're looking to get to 1,000 subscribers. For those of you who are still on the, well, obviously you're on the Reason with Rattigan page. Also remember to like that channel. If you don't, you know, the algorithm is not going to drive it to a lot of people. So every time you hit the like button, even though it may seem simple, like, what made the like button for me there already? May I do something and then something? I promise you. Every time you just push it or just touch the like button or share or subscribe. You know what's funny? We have many, many thousands of you that watch these broadcasts every week. And then we're averaging about 50, 55% who are subscribers. So a lot of people watch these broadcasts haven't really hit the subscribe button yet. So please hit the subscribe button so that you can be notified. And the funny thing about it is this: once you do that, it will drive other people to participate. So please go ahead and hit it. So we're up 217 subscribers. But while you're doing that, let me talk to you a little bit about some other things that's crucial. I also want to remind you and thank those of you who came on the Sound Clash on Sunday, the fundraiser. Want to thank you for those of you who donated. We didn't make as much money as we wanted because you never did it, right? So we want you to keep supporting that. But I want to thank those who participated. I want to thank Kevin Stew. As you know, he's going to be on at 8 p.m. tonight on Reggae Global Radio, and he'll be joining us shortly. As you can see, we have a lot of delays with our team today. Just some things happening. Lloyd is here, and we big up Lloyd, but we're looking at a few other people who are supposed to be here, but you know, delays happen. And also talking about delays, this evening I have a mandatory event, so at 5 o'clock I'm gonna hop off. So I just want to send all my love from now. So I know I love you too. No, the thing about it. So all right. So here's the funny thing. So my daughter and I are going to this candlelight event, and you know, if your daughter, you know, is taking you out on a date, you know, you have to make sure you make it. So we're going out to this event later on. So she's 11 turning 12 soon. So I want to make sure that, you know, I be ready and, you know, dressed up and go out to support that. But nonetheless, we want to thank those of you who have been supporters. And as Will said, we have updated our Zelle information. And I'm so pleased to announce, I think we should have some information here for you. As you can see here at the bottom, the new Zelle information, and this information will be reflected all over our platforms. But the new information is give@ojldf.net. So if you want to donate something to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, you got to come and you send your Zelle to give at, all right, ojldf.net. That is the new one. I'll just put it right there. Give at ojldf.net. Please, it works. A lot of you have been using it to be a blessing and helping us to put some things together. As you remember, we have several schools we have to do. We want to support this year. We want to help them to get back after burial, after the devastation that we see took place. And for those of you who don't know, I've been heading up a charity for many years. I have a team on the ground in Jamaica. We have a team here, and we know this thing costs, because for the last 17 years, we've been spending tens of thousands of dollars in all of these communities and hundreds of thousands of dollars all over these years to, and in Jamaican dollar, that's millions, to help to, uplift the life of the community. But it takes your participation. That's why it's important that you donate to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because we're not only focusing on holding government accountable, we want to lift the standard of life for the people of Jamaica, and that's going to be critical. That's very, very important to the future and the longevity and the long term of a just and an equitable society, and this is what we are working towards. So please, whatever you can do today, we do have the Cash App. It's the $ojldf.net. And of course, the website is, and we got back the ojldf.org domain. We have lost that domain with the old website. We got it back. Right now, everything is still pointing to the .net, but we're super pleased that we have the .com, the .org, and the .net. So soon, in the next couple, by next week, by Wednesday, if you put in ojldf.org or ojldf.com or ojldf.net, they'll all bring it to the same place, which is a great accomplishment for us. And we're pleased so that we will continue being a beacon of light to the community. So please, today, I'm asking you to support the endeavor, support what we're doing. And of course, continue to subscribe. We're up to we're up to 234 subscribers. So I want to thank you. The numbers are moving in the right direction. But today we want to finish with at least 1,000. And somebody don't say 500, because we want to start out Wednesday. We want to start out Wednesday with at least, the right amount of subscribers. And that is where you come in. All right, boss off the phone. So we need you, we need your support and your participation. So please help us achieve these goals by subscribing to the new page, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. 234 subscribers at last check, but we need you. So please hop on over to the website. Of course, we do have the OJLDF website. If you haven't been over there in a while, you want to hop over. And we are so pleased that you can do that to support us. So please head on over. And of course, the Sound Clash on Sunday. If you were on the Sound Clash, we want to know, in your humble opinion, who win. And please be nice in the comment, all right? So I listen, thank you so much. But His Royal Majesty graced us, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't seen that video, there was a castle behind him, and he came out with a royal scepter and a crown and a robe, and the signet ring was somewhere in transit, but the whole idea was there. What am I talking about? I'm glad you asked. Will, can you fill us in, please, sir, on this intriguing display of majesty that took place on Sunday, sir? It sounds like you're mute. You look like you're mute, sir.
You're announced as His Royal Highness. You have to fit the part. You have to dress the part. You have to speak the part. You have to exude the part. People have to feel it. And I felt like the way to do that, to capture the moment, was to dress the part. And so in the background, we didn't have Waterhouse. We had a castle, and then we have my robe. My ring, couldn't find the signet ring. It didn't arrive in time. But anyway, we had the robe and we had the crown and we had the scepter, and everything went well. And then I got to play some music, and it was good. And we're looking forward to doing it again, except that the next time we do it, we're gonna be doing it not a clash, but we're gonna invite DJs. And Kevin and I were talking this morning, and he came up with a brilliant idea. He said, listen, what we do is we can do it maybe once every 2 months or so, and we take the last hour of my program and the first hour of his program, and so we have 2 hours where we have a guest DJ, and then we just play music for 2 hours. So we'll play music from 7 till 9 on a Saturday. And that's a good idea. It's a good start. So that's what we're gonna be doing. So I know I had fun last week. Got a chance to listen to other people play music and enjoy the music that they played. And then also, had a chance to play some of the music that I love and look at the reaction, see how people, reacted to it. It's the music that I would play on a Saturday night, whether it's disco or reggae or slow jams, but particularly the slow jams. Yeah. So,
you're the vice, the ladies and gentlemen. You're the vice, and the vice, the ladies. I'm loving it.
And can tune in tonight. Tonight we'll play sweet reggae music. We'll play everything from Chronics to Berries and in between. So tune in for that. So it was good. It was good. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be having guest DJs on a frequent basis, and then we'll just play music. No clash. Just play music to entertain all of you out there. And then you can say, hey, you can make a request as well. And I think it's a lovely way to spend a Sunday evening. Saturday evening after we finish, going through the hard-hitting issues, that we can just take some time off and kind of decompress, because we cannot always be in a serious mood. Speaking of which, let me just big up the crew from the UK, because they might reach out to me, brother. And we just want to know, so Roland is a serious man, because see what Roland said to me. So Roland, who want send the thing after the king about the Privy Council. Roland wrote back to me and said, Ratty, the quicker the better. So it's like Roland expect me to draft up this thing by tomorrow and get it off to him, because he want to walk down the Buckingham Palace and deliver it himself. So Roland, thanks for your enthusiasm. You certainly deserve the term the valiant one, because believe me, there's not an ounce, there's not a bone of trepidation or fear in you, my friend. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm just saying this for the benefit of the wider audience, our family members. One of these days they'll get to meet you too, because you have a story to tell. And about how many people are watching? Last week? Well, Prezi bristled when I gave him the numbers, but he and I will talk about it, and we'll have Reggae Global Radio involved as well. I said, Dr. Ben is here. Don't want to hold him up. But Mr. Lloyd Distant, who was going to come on and talk about the consensus monitoring on crime, he had a very tight window. He wanted to do a half hour with us from 4 to 4:30. Unfortunately, it's almost 4:30 now. It didn't work out. So he guaranteed to be with us next week, Saturday. So then we're going to talk about the consensus monitoring on crime. And for those of you who don't know what it is, it's an agreement between the opposition, the government, civil society, religious community, academia, a whole bunch of people, where they said, okay, here are some of the things that we need to do to kind of curtail crime. And one of them was to enhance the JCF in many ways. Also the judiciary and the correctional agency. And Mr. Lloyd Distant has been on the program, I think, twice. This would have been his third appearance. And the last time he was here, he said they had made significant progress in terms of achieving the milestones. However, the one about corruption, he said they were stalled on that. And so I wanted him to come and talk about the future of the CMOC, since there is a court case where the Prime Minister is asking the court to repeal Section 14.5 of the Corruption Prevention Act that specifically deals with illicit enrichment. So we look forward to having him next week. And by the way, he's no longer affiliated with it. He just left. And he was replaced by Mr. George Overton. Mr. Overton, for those of you who don't know, he's an executive with the Marksman Group. Some of you refer to him as, well, actually, Marksman, they have beryllium within their portfolio. They do a lot of things. So, oh yeah, Dennis Brooks got promoted. I saw that. Yeah, I must give him a call. Yeah, I must give him a call. So, let me just say before I bring Dr. Ben on that, months ago I prepared a presentation on the Integrity Commission. Months ago, maybe close to a year, and it's on my monologue every week. I didn't go through it because I said, we got overtaken by other events, guests, stories, so I didn't get to it. Every week it was sidelined by another story or a guest. The way I have prepared it for today, it's not the way I prepared it months ago is not the way that I will deliver it today, because of the sub judice rule. And you may ask, it's spelled SUBJUDICE, but it's pronounced sub judice, not sub judice. It's also pronounced sub judice or sub judice. And it's a prohibition against public comment or discussion on a case under judgment before the court, particularly criminal cases where people's liberty is at stake. Now, it's strange because the overwhelming majority of court filings are considered public documents. Once you file it with the clerk, and you get that, in America they call it index, some states index number. It's a public document. Anybody can see it. But they're saying you can't talk about it. And let me just go back and say that in America, they have that same rule, that sub judice rule. They have it, but it's not enforced the way they would enforce it in Jamaica, because in Jamaica, it's almost like a strict enforcement. Over here, it comes up against the First Amendment. And nobody's going to tell anybody in America that you can't talk about something that's, as long as you're not preaching rioting or something like that, violence, then you're fine. You say whatever you want to say. So it's on the books, but it's not enforced in America. I can tell you that much. And furthermore, a lot, if they think that jurors are going to be influenced by what they watch on TV, in a lot of cases, and again, usually it's a criminal case, they sequester the jury. So they put them in a place where they can't watch TV, they can't talk to anybody, they can't talk about the case even amongst themselves until they get the jury instructions, and then they can talk. So that's not a problem. And the idea that whatever you say in public will influence or sway a judge, in the US, they consider that ridiculous. They say, no, a judge is impartial and independent and objective. And no matter what you say, the judge is going to apply the law to the facts, and that's it. That's the end of the story, right? That's in a case where you have a bench trial. But in Jamaica, it's different. They take this thing seriously. And as I said to you, particularly in the criminal arena. So today, I'd like to reason about the Prime Minister's affidavit and his lawsuit against the Integrity Commission and several of its members, and also highlight some concerning issues. However, I am fearful that my discussion may influence the judge in the matter and affect the true administration of justice, if you can believe that. Rattigan is going to say something on this program now, and the judge going to hear and say, oh, Rattigan's right, and therefore I'm going to rule just like what Rattigan is telling me. Or I'm going to rule the opposite of what Rattigan is telling me, because Rattigan full of nonsense. Yeah? It's crazy people. And people in Jamaica are making the argument that they shouldn't do away with the rule, but it shouldn't be stringently enforced. You know, it should be done with some consideration for your First Amendment right to speak. Anyway, rules are rules, and we will respect them. So I will approach the matter hypothetically and also look at some of the issues in a vacuum. So I won't be mentioning the Prime Minister's name or anything like that, but you will understand the concepts. You know, that's what we're driving at, the concepts, not the personalities, just the concepts. And then you can apply them. You'll see how they apply. You can apply them yourselves. And at the end of the day, you're going to have all of this written down. So nobody can fool you. Nobody can come out and give you some talking points and you say, yeah, so it go, right? Again, my hope is at the end of the program, you will know some of the basics regarding charities and also the primary laws impacting the authority, the effectiveness and the efficiency of our anti-corruption body, the Integrity Commission. It's all we have, folks. All we have. Remember now that the Integrity Commission, as established, as functioning today, it's a combination of 3 agencies that folded into one. There's a corruption agency, there was a contractor general, and believe it or not, there was an agency called the Integrity Commission, and they collapsed all 3 of them and said, we're going to make a super anti-corruption agency, and it's going to be called the Integrity Commission. That's what we have today. It's a combination of 3 agencies. So we'll get to that. Without further ado, the man, the myth, the legend, the doctor, Dr. Ben Israel. Welcome, Doc. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. I really missed the company and the family, and just want you to know, as well as our faithful supporters, to know that I've been to. It will be worth it, because I've been up to good things, and part of the challenge has been, because of the feedback here on the show. As you know, I'm still in New York. Right now, I'm in at my I would say my brother's church here in Bronx, and I've gotten the chance to connect with a number of persons. I'm here until Wednesday, I believe. I had to extend my stay again because of the amount of people that I've been connecting with, but it has been wonderful. It has been wonderful. So, one of the reasons why I have been off is because the overwhelming response. We've had an overwhelming response. We have a lot of people who visit us in Jamaica. Funny enough, we have a lot of people who travel to connect with us in Jamaica, and so much so some couldn't come, so we decided to come and connect with them here. So that's the reason why I'm here. But one thing that we've been working on is our capacity. One thing that's been very challenging for us is being able to deal with so many persons in so many places. And so what we have been doing is that we have had to take some time off to create the facility and the infrastructure and the capacity to be able to effectively deal with the amount of persons that we deal with. And one of the ways in which we would have done that is through our school. Today I was so happy. I was in I had a discussion with one of our students, because as some of you would know, we had an office in Kingston. We had to close it down because there was just no way we could deal with so many persons. And I'm happy to say that one of our students has been sufficiently trained. I'm confident enough that in terms of people in Kingston, he can now manage that for us. We hope to do that in New York, we hope to do that in Florida, elsewhere. So that's what we've been busy doing. So by next week, Sunday, all being well, we're going to officially launch our course, and that now will also give us the ability to train far more persons. Because, as you know, Rattigan, some of what I've been advocating is happening right now. We are on the brink of looking at a world war. We're at the brink of looking at the world changing, and if something should happen, it means that more people, that food and medicine is going to become the next crisis points. And so it behoves us that as individuals, we ought to be in a better position to take care of ourselves. Whereas I enjoy what I do and I love helping people, I enjoy more empowering persons to help themselves and to help others. So that's what I've been doing. I've taken the time off to put in a lot of work in ensuring that the course is robust and it has the integrity to, I believe, equip persons to do that. So that's what we have been doing, and then out of that, so for persons who want to know more, next week Sunday at 7 p.m. we're going to be launching our school, and we'll also be launching much more than the school. We'll be launching a guild. So we've created a full ecosystem from products to everything that a person needs to effectively function. That's what we have done, and so we believe that out of that we'll be able to do far more. And a lot of times it's difficult for me to connect with people because I'm always busy. I'm always, and this has even extended to some of my family members where it's difficult to get me because I'm always engaged. So I'm looking forward to being much more freer and much more better. So, today I wanted to share on a topic that I believe, whenever I get the chance to talk, I like to talk on points that are broad-based in terms of its benefits. So it shouldn't just benefit a particular gender, a particular age group, a particular ethnicity. It should be a topic or a point that everybody and anybody can benefit from. And so in doing that, I just, yes.
Further, somebody in the chat there was asking, how can they get in touch with you before you depart the U.S.?
If I tell you they get, let me see now. What should I do? Should I get call my? So it's 941. No, let me not give that number. 876 831 9084. That's my WhatsApp number. So I can have any amount of WhatsApp message on that. That's 876 831 9084. So if they message me now, I'll get it on this phone, and we can talk. So let me just say, I want to thank Pastor Hamilton again for hosting me here in New York, and and as well for Chris, a good friend of mine that I've met, a brother Chris over there in Brooklyn, who is hosting me over in Brooklyn, and you'll hear more about Chris because he plans to be a part of our team. And even when I go back to Jamaica, I'll still be able to connect with persons both here in Brooklyn and in Bronx as well. So when persons reach out to me, I'll tell them how that will be possible. But today I wanted to talk about a topic that, as I said, would benefit a lot of persons, and that's what I call restoring the body to its default or factory setting. If you have a smartphone like this, and that phone must either get a virus, or if that phone was tampered with and it became dysfunctional, when you bring it to the technician, depending on what's happening, it sometimes is easier to do what we call a factory reset. That is to restore the phone to its factory setting before you had programmed on it what you wanted to program. And so the body, as an intelligent creation, is able to do that. So when we were born, most of us were born with a default factory setting called healthy. So we were born with almost perfect health. And then as we grew older, and as habits were now imprinted on the body, we developed a number of diseases, we developed a number of health issues. A lot of these health issues, we have to look at them isolatedly, one by one, one by one. It is possible to restore the body to its default setting, to get rid of the issues that we have. And so to restore the body to its default or factory setting, one of the first thing we have to understand is what exactly is the body's factory setting. And because whenever a person is sick, we have to compare the present state of the person's health to what it should be. Therefore, we must know what it ought to be. When you bring your car to a mechanic, the mechanic basically look at what is happening to the car, and that mechanic, based on their experience, would have known what the car should look like in its pristine state. And so the evaluation of the car is based on what it should be against what it is. And to that practitioner, to that mechanic, it will allow them to know how extensive the damage is or what amount of work that needs to be done. In the same way, our body has a factory setting. And so every 8 hours, the body goes through about 3 cycles. And a lot of people who are sick, a lot of people who don't have good health, the reason for that is because they are totally ignorant of these 3 cycles. And to some extent, most of the time, our lifestyle or our habits are in direct opposition to what these cycles of the body should be. So one of the first cycle is what we call the body's healing cycle. So and for these cycles, what it means basically, because the body is always healing itself. So there are 3 of them. The body is always healing itself, the body is always absorbing, and the body is always cleansing. So these are the 3 cycles. But depending on the time of the day, the body is always in its optimum in these cycles. So for example, the healing cycle, which is what we call sleeping. So sleeping is synonymous to healing. So what we call sleeping is actually the body healing itself. And so there is a particular time of the day that the body does best at healing. And if we're not healing at that time, yes, we can sleep at other times, yes, we can heal at other times, but it won't be at the optimum. And so, doctors have recognized this. They've called it the circadian rhythm. When you travel, sometimes you go through time zones, that cycle becomes disturbed or disrupted, and it can affect you. When I just came up last week, I actually went through a major disruption, in which I was sleeping, and while I was sleeping, I got up in the morning and felt rested, and I got up Rattigan and I sat down in a chair. And I felt as if somebody threw a whole bucket of tiredness on me. I mean, I went back into a deep sleep again, and even during that sleep, I had experienced sleep paralysis. So I could hear people around me, but I couldn't move. In Jamaican talk, there's a duppy wall you down. So it's that, and after about 5-6 hours of sitting down in that sofa and sleeping, I felt renewed, rejuvenated. I felt like a battery, fully charged. And so what happened to me was that jet lag, the movement from Jamaica, that movement through the time zone, affected my circadian rhythm, and so it threw me off balance. And I remember when I traveled to another country, and because the bigger the time difference is the more disrupted your circadian rhythm or your healing cycle becomes. And so it can throw you off. But not only time zones, depending on our habits, the type of habits that we have, it can significantly throw us off. And so many people don't understand, especially for women, that the body's healing cycle is very, very important. So the first yes, Prezi, you want to ask a question? Prezi? Okay, I thought Prezi was asking a question. So
Oh, I'm
let me
sorry,
start.
Doctor. I'm sorry. My
Okay.
apologies.
Okay. So let me start with the first one, which is about 4 a.m. to maybe about 12 p.m. So that is called the cleansing cycle. That's when the body is at its optimum in terms of cleansing itself from 4 a.m. in the morning to about 12 noon. What is happening in the body? So from the previous cycle, waste would have been produced, waste material would have been produced. And so the body needs to eliminate that waste from the body. So that's from about 4 a.m. to about 12. And so what most people do is they get up and they eat a heavy breakfast. Now, you can't eat, but whatever you put in your mouth is something that should support the body's cleansing cycle. So there is water that you can drink that supports the body's cleansing cycle. There are herbs that you can drink that support the body's cleansing cycle. So whatever you put should support that cycle. It shouldn't go against it. So depending on what you eat, if you drink water, it would help you to urinate. It would help you to go to the bathroom. Anything that you do during that cycle should be to support the flow of that cycle, not go against it. And so what we have been taught to do is that we have been taught to eat a heavy breakfast. Now, what happens when we eat a heavy breakfast? So the body was cleansing itself. The body was cleansing itself. And because you interrupted the body's cleansing cycle to put food, heavy food inside, the body put its cleansing cycle on a pause and begin to go into absorption. Because all this mineral that you put inside, basically the body has to deal with it. So you find that sometimes people have problems, gastrointestinal problems. Just imagine you're on your way cleaning and you have to stop. So that's why sometimes you find that's one of the reasons why people have high abdomen. Because the cleansing cycle for them is often interrupted with food. And so that now becomes a habit. So think about it. At the time when the body is at its optimum in cleaning itself, it is at that time that you decide to put food in the body. So every normal cycle for the body to clean itself is interrupted every morning with a bulk of food. So at that time, you can now see how disease start. And as a person that disease, when we say that we are sick, when we say that we are sick, usually it's the end stage of a disease. Because what happens is that whenever we start doing something that is against the natural rhythm of the body does two things very well. The body heals itself and the body protects itself. So if that is what you do, the body is going to have two responses. The body is either going to choose a response to protect itself, which is going to cause a disease, or the body is going to choose a response to heal itself. So it protect itself, it heal itself. Now, the response that the body chooses is going to be a response to get your attention. Because the body is very intelligent. The response that the body chooses is going to be a response designed to get your attention. Now, if the body does not get your attention, and all of this is happening subconsciously, if the body does not get your attention, the body subconsciously, the brain is going to subconsciously tell the body to escalate the ignored response to a response that that is designed to elicit more response. The body will not stop doing that until there is discomfort and pain. Because the last escalation, or the only thing that we respond to, is pain or discomfort. Now, when you start to feel discomfort and pain, what it means is that long before that, the body would have been communicating with you. But we have not been trained to identify when the body communicates to us. So some persons, for example, when they do that, is you will not have your regular bowel movement at the time that you should have your regular bowel movement. For some people, if they don't have their regular bowel movement at the time when they're supposed to have their regular bowel movement, they don't even pay attention to that. They don't even know. They didn't even know that they didn't have their morning bowel movement. Because to many people, they don't even know that there's a schedule for the colon to clean itself. Now, if it is that you ignore your regular bowel movement, then you're going to realize that the abdomen is going to become distended. You start to have a pouch in the belly. You say, well, may I put on some weight? And don't realize that maybe what is happening is that the colon is backing up. And then you don't respond, then you start to realize that you start to become gassy because the bacteria start to accumulate. And you don't pay attention. And then you realize that your stool color, your stool shape changes, and you still don't pay attention. Because many people don't know what are the normal parameters or the normal functioning points of their body. So when it becomes abnormal, they still don't know. When they know, is maybe when they become constipated. And even when some people become constipated, they find something to take. It is when the constipation start to form hemorrhoids and blood start to come now. So Rattigan sitting around with me. But long before that, the body would have been communicating. Then you start to have headache because there are 12 major systems that govern the body. And usually when one system becomes weakened, the body now begins to implicate another system, and another system, and another system. So as you can see, it's an escalating issue that all started out not with a virus, not with a bacteria, but with a habit. And so education becomes very important because a lot of people don't know the normal parameters. I was talking to a young lady that had PCOS, or a young lady that came to see me, and I was saying that most young girls don't know what a normal menstrual cycle looks like. PCOS, a lot of these diseases is the body's escalating, is the body's attempt to protect itself that we call disease. The body's way of talking to us. So we ignore it, and we wait till it reach crisis level. Then we start to respond. And we just want to respond to the symptom, not to the many attempts and the breakdowns before we reach that particular point. So it's very important for us to understand the healing, I call them the healing cycles of the body. So the first one is the cleansing process. And so when we get up in the morning, we should strive if we're going to put something in the mouth, put something in our mouth that actually aids. So water is always good. Tea is always good. But what type of tea? Peppermint tea, rosemary, teas that actually teas that are diuretics, for example, are very good because they help with the cleansing process. So hot water with a little lemon in it and some ginger is very good. Tea with corn here is very good. Teas that are diuretics are very good. Our teas that are mild laxatives are very good. So those are the group of teas you want. You want teas that are diuretics, and you want teas that are detoxifying. So that's a very good time, by the way, to drink teas that help to stimulate. Yeah.
Please break down diuretic tea. Give me an example, like green tea, black tea, bush tea.
Oh.
Before you do that, everybody, please continue subscribing. As you guys know, I have to get off here. My daughter, we're heading out. So love you guys. See you see you on Wednesday. And please continue supporting Dr. Ben. So before you continue, Ratty, big up yourself. Dr. Ben, I got notification of the shipment. So so we don't just bring Dr. Ben on the program. We support what he do. So I want to thank you. Get my whole package coming, so I can't wait to get them. So thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
And continue the good work and keep empowering us. But tell us about the tea. I want to hear about which tea if you drink. Because they are said diuretic, but some people would like to know the type of tea.
All right, so diuretics are good to drink in the morning. Diuretics are teas that encourage urination. So lemon, corn silk, pendula or red water grass. Those are some good teas to drink. Then you have teas that encourage circulation because that's something that you want in the morning. So teas like ginger, teas like cinnamon, teas like cayenne pepper, teas like if you want to have a little black pepper. So teas that encourage circulation, movement, and teas that that encourage cleansing. Senapad is also good because that's a tea that encourage bowel movement. Teas like vervein is also very good. So those are teas that you want to drink that help with movement and that help movement because at that point you're getting ready to move. So you want things that will help you to move. There are also teas that you can drink that are tonics that give you energy. Those are also teas that you want to drink. All right. So you want to drink those teas that basically facilitate the natural process that the body is in. All right. And then you want to do that at about maybe up until about 11 o'clock. Then it brings us into the second phase, which is what we call the absorption stage, because there's a time when the body best absorbs nutrients, and when the body best absorbs nutrients is usually when the sun is out, when the sun is at its peak stage, which is about from 12 to about 7, some say 8 o'clock, depending on where in the world you are. So we'd say it's about, for 8 hours, it's about 12 to about 8 p.m. Now, at that time, the body is in its building stage. What it means is that in this stage, the body is at its optimum in terms of building, which is why the body better utilizes raw material to build the body. So like your energy food, so like sprouting, if you're doing sprouting, so it's a good time to do it. If you're doing nuts and grains, it's a good time to do it. If you're eating, your carbohydrates, the sweet fruits, this is a good time to take it in, because at that time, when the body is in its building up stage, the body is in what we call its metabolic reaction is at its ice. So whatever you put in, the body will burn it off. The body is at its peak in terms of how it utilizes raw material. So that's a good time to do that. And you will notice that when you eat, you don't feel sluggish. You don't feel slow down, because the body is able to metabolize. The body is able to utilize what you put in best at that particular time. And so that's a good time to get your food in, because the body at that time is at its best in terms of burning or utilizing that. A lot of persons also, what they do is they eat multiple times. Every time you put something in your mouth, your body, it's like your body have to stop to re-engage that whole building up process. Because the body, depending on, especially when you put artificial food in the body has to sieve through all those thousands of chemicals. So and that's why when you eat processed foods or what we call it synthetic food, the body works even harder. So what I said to the person is, during the building process, it's not just to put food in the body, but you also want to think about the quality food that you're putting in the body. And when I put it right here, I put it like this. In Portland, Port Antonio, Portland, there's a place called Folly. Now, Folly is a mansion that was being built, and the story that goes behind is that this man was in love with this woman, and he wanted to build a mansion for her, and he was abroad, and he sent the money to build it. But guess what happened? They built the mansion from sea sand. So, big building, but it's no good because even before they would even try to move in, it started to collapse because the sea sand started to rot the steel. So, the quality of the food determines the quality of your cells. All right? So, good quality food is like having the best quality, the best workman possible to do a project for you. So you have the best workman possible, but you have poor quality material. Or you have the best quality material and you have poor skilled workmen. You need a blend of both. Both good quality material and skilled laborers and skilled workmen to build a proper building. And so in this case, the raw material would be the food. So and especially if the person is sick, here's where it matters now if you are sick. Because when a person is healthy, they pretty much can get away with a lot of things. They can eat almost anything and get away. But when you are sick, you have to now pay attention to the quality of the food that you're eating. And so high quality food is important. So during that 12 o'clock to 8 p.m., depending on where in the world you are, you want to eat foods. Listen to this now. You want to eat foods that give you the most enzymes, but require the least amount of your energy to obtain it. Because here's what happened. Let's say we use what is called energy. Energy is measured in joules. Energy is measured in joules. Because when they talk to us about food now, guys, when they promote food and talk to us about food, the system talks about food on the basis of its mineral content. How much mineral, how much vitamin C, how much of a particular mineral is in the food. That's what, and that is what is on the label. They talk about that because that is what man can synthesize. Man can synthetically create minerals. And so that's why they talk about it, because they can synthetically create it. They talk about it because they can add, even with the water. You get a bottle of water and it says, what? It says something like additives. Basically what they're saying is that the water on its own is not good enough. So what they have done is that they have added stuff to the water to improve the quality of the water. And I'm going to say that one of the reasons why a lot of people have kidney issues is sometimes because of these additives. And so with the water that we have, with the food that we have, they talk a lot about the minerals. What they don't talk about a lot is what we call the enzymes. Now, have you ever wondered why, Ratty, when they talk about food, they say, but they don't tell us why. They say, oh, you need to eat lots of fresh fruits and vegetables. Why is the word fresh there? Why is it that a vegetable that was picked today is better than the same vegetable that is preserved for tomorrow? They don't tell us why. And that's why a lot of people don't make sense of what they're talking about, because what's so different is because when the food is freshly picked, the enzymic level of the food is much higher. And the longer you keep that vegetable or fruit, you lose that enzyme or that enzymic level of the food. The mineral may still be intact. The calcium, the magnesium, the potassium, the silica, all of those things are intact. But the enzyme, which is that entity that causes the food to be alive, the longer the food or that fruit is disconnected from the root, if it's a vegetable, or from the plant, if it's a fruit, the longer it is disconnected from its original source, is the more that particular food loses its enzyme. Now, what's important about enzyme? And this, by the way, this is why fresh fruits and vegetables are important. This is why it is important compared to synthetically produced fruits and vegetables, because now we have fruits that are in can, that are in tins. So we say, okay, you know, if you're thinking about minerals, because they can put liquid, the liquid that is preserving the fruits or the vegetable, they can put minerals in it. So the fruits is preserved for years, or the vegetable is preserved for years in the can with minerals. What they can't do is they can't put enzyme. Enzyme is a life-giving property of the fruit that our bodies need, because enzymes are responsible for us carrying out all the functions of life. So in order for us to be alive and healthy, we don't just need minerals. What we need is enzymes. And you don't hear them talking about enzymes because they have not found a way to artificially create the enzymes and for it to stay at the level that it ought to. And so when we talk about building, we're talking about foods that are rich in enzymes. So let us say your body uses 2,000 joules of energy. And when your body uses 2,000 joules of energy to break down the food, so you eat two teaspoons of food, and your body utilizes 2,000 joules of energy, but you get vitamins, you get minerals, you get potassiums, but you get 800 joules of energy from the food. Would you be gaining or would you be losing? See, you're using 2,000 of your energy, and you're only getting 800 joules of energy from the food. When the food is not fresh, that is what happens. So the foods that we eat should be foods where we use less of our energy. So we should use 800 joules of our energy and get 2,000 joules of energy from the food that we eat. So we should get more energy from what we eat. We shouldn't use more energy to digest it or to break it down. When the food is not fresh, when the food is not alive, that is exactly what happens. No, this may not seem like a problem to most person, but here's what happened. That 2,000 joules of energy that was used to digest or absorb or break down that food was energy earmarked for maintaining your immune health. So that energy was supposed to be used to maintain your health state, but you just used 2,000 of it to eat a food where you got 800 joules of energy from it. So you became depleted. You didn't benefit. What you got was minerals. What you got was vitamins. What you got was all of those nutrients, but you were in a deficit as it relates to energy. Now, that energy for a healthy person don't mean nothing, but when you're sick, for you to get better, that energy is what keeps you alive and restores you. And so when we eat food that constantly deplete our life force, by the way, another name for the energy is that energy that we're talking about is your life force. So food is supposed to nourish us. Somebody said the food is the staff of life. This is not necessarily true. Food is the staff of life when the food gives us more energy than it is requiring for us to digest it or to absorb it. So for example, you are diabetic, you are sick, you're weak, you're emaciated, you just eat a sandwich, and the energy that is supposed to use to keep you healthy, even though you're in a deficit, you just went into it that deficit some more, took some of that energy to digest a tuna sandwich. That tuna sandwich, by the way, is just because of its taste. So you eat it because of its taste, not necessarily because it's giving you life. So it's very important for us to understand, we can see how easily it is that some of us are eating, but we are still sick because we are eating food that is requiring far more of our life force to digest it, to absorb it, than we should. And so we are eating, but we're getting sicker. We're eating, but we're getting weaker. Not only that, the food that we're eating sometimes don't have, most of the time don't have any intelligence. It has, when we eat it, it's a burden to our immune system. Right? And so understanding the cycles of life becomes important because we now understand that, oh, there is a best time that the body is at its optimum in terms of absorbing or in terms of building. It means, therefore, that it is at that time that I need to put high quality food, and I now understand what constitutes high quality food for me to heal myself. So with this understanding, it is the reason why there are persons who in the practice just use food alone as medicine, because they know that if it is that a person is sick, they know, for example, that there is sprouts, which is a high quality food, because sprouts is one of the richest foods in enzyme. What is a sprout? Sprout basically is when we get seeds, and when we get the seed, we expose the seed to moisture and nutrients. And once the seed is exposed to moisture, the seed begins to become activated. When the seed becomes activated, at that point, when the seed becomes activated, it is at its most enzymic, potent state. Because the seed needs enzymes for the plant to grow. All that life-giving energy is packed in the seeds. But when it is sprouted, it becomes activated. So sprouting is basically activated food. So persons who are really, really sick, who want the highest quality food, one way in getting that is through sprouting. Just sprouting. They don't have to go even talk about herbs or so on. Just sprouting alone, they can use and restore their health. And there are people who specialize in that. Now, once you start to sprout, sprouting is also called dense food or microgreens. It is very dense nutrients that once you put it in your body, I don't know if you've ever tried it, but anybody on the platform who has ever tried sprouting will tell that the minute you eat it, you have an immense surge of energy. It is because of the enzyme that is in the food. So we talk about the cleansing cycle, we talk about the building cycle. So the cleansing cycle is from 4 a.m. to about 12, first cycle. The second cycle is from about 12 to about 8 p.m. And the next cycle is the healing cycle. And the healing cycle basically, or what we would call a sleeping cycle, is from about 8, depending on where in the world you are, about 8 p.m. to about 4 a.m. That is the best time that the body heals itself. So all the raw material that you put in the body during the building cycle, when you go to sleep, because most of the functions in the body that would require energy are shut off, then the body, in terms of energy, is able to concentrate that energy on healing itself. Now, most people, when they should be healing or sleeping, they're up at nights 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so when the body should be healing itself, the body isn't healing itself, or the body doesn't get sufficient time to heal itself. And we can talk about the effects of that on psychologically, the effects on that physiologically, especially for growing children. When we were young, when we were going to daycare, they would tell you that a part of the daycare curriculum is sleeping or resting, because it's necessary for the child to grow. If the child isn't getting enough sleep, they can't grow as the way they're supposed to grow. And the same way, if you don't get enough sleep, we're not able to make decisions and to think the way we're supposed to think, because the body is off balance. Now, these 3 cycles, in the world that we now live in, because of artificial light, when we should be sleeping, we're now up. You know, I'm in New York now, and this is a city that doesn't sleep. They literally, This city don't sleep. Right through, the train runs right through 24/7. When you're going 365, and I mean, she's not good. It's not something to celebrate. She's not good. It's admitting to a condition, because once you have a city like that, it means that there are going to be a lot of people with mental issues. A lot of people with depression. A lot of people with, and that's going to affect the nation socially, economically, and otherwise. So it's not something to celebrate that this is a city that doesn't sleep. The city that doesn't sleep is a city that's setting itself up for mental disorders, for social disorders. So mental disorders is going to become a norm. Social disorder is going to become a norm, because the city is designed where the light, I've been to Times Square yet, but I hear that, it's a well-lit city. When you're in Times Square, you don't even know that it's night. Right? Pastor is saying it's true. You don't even know when it's night, because the body is designed at about 7. When once it starts to get dark, the body begins to go through a number of phases that only takes place in the dark, that only takes place in the night. So if you're not sleeping, if you're not experiencing that, your body is going to be off balance, and off balance significantly. Now, we're talking about, we're not talking about herbs. We're not talking about medicine. We're talking about just a cycle of the body. This is what needs to be done for us to be in a healthy state. If this is not done, we are not going to be in a healthy state.
Doc, let me ask you a question. Is it because to every rule you have an exception, right? Possible that somebody who, like me, for example, for decades, I can't tell the last time I had 8 hours sleep, right? I'm used to 3, 4 for decades. Is it that's my normal? As opposed
Yeah, listen, to every norm is an exception. I should say also that the older you get, the younger you are, is the more sleep you need. The older you get, is the less sleep you need.
Amen.
That doesn't mean, so some people are able to function, but so what we're talking about, and I should say thank you, what we're talking about is the norm, for the norm for most people, but these cycles are very important, because when we know what these cycles are, what these norms are, we measure our life against them. So that's why say, okay, if the body is if the body is best in its healing cycle from 8 p.m. to about 4, if you're up at 12 or up at 11, you know how much into your healing cycle you'd have lost. You understand? So you don't get a full healing cycle. So if every night you go to your bed at 1 o'clock, or you go to your bed 2 o'clock, you have a basis now to measure. And as I said, it's important that we understand what the norms are, what the parameters are, that we have a basis to measure ourselves. If we know that, for example, when it's from 4 to 12 in the day, when we get up, we're supposed to be cleansing ourselves. And if we're eating, then we at least now we know what we're doing wrong. Because I said to persons, is there something worse than failing? Yes. What is worse than failing is failing and not knowing. That's worse than failing. Because when you don't know that you are failing, you don't know that you need to make adjustments. So that's worse than failing. So there is, in whatever you do, in whatever you're involved in, there is something actually worse than failing. It's failing and not knowing. And so the minute you know, the minute you are in the know, even if you're failing, you know now where to make the adjustments and how to make the adjustments, because you know. But if you don't know, it's worse than failing.
Let me ask you, there's another question in the chat earlier, and it was, I think it was Andrew Kennedy, said that, what do you do for low sperm count? And then there was a response in the chat saying you must stop wearing tight pants.
That's one of them.
Really?
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah, affect the flow. But as a man gets older, because we were taught also that it's only when we reach teenagers we go through changes. But there are other phases in our life that we go through changes, and men go through changes, from their 40s going up. 40. There's a book that I have. It's called 20 or 30 Jamaican herbs for men over 40 with erectile dysfunction. Because you you hit 40 and you start to go up, your body start to go through hormonal changes. And one of them is a diminishing in the hormones in the body, especially testosterone. So you don't want to wait until you reach 50 before you start to address that. You want to address that from age 40, 41, 42. You need, so you don't wait until you feel your sex drive diminish or you feel your strength diminish. You start to run up and say, boy, what me can't take now. Once you reach a particular age, there are just certain things that happens. And so wearing tight pants is one of them, but your nutritional needs also becomes different. And testosterone is not only just for sex, it's also you begin to lose stamina in terms of if you're a contractor, mason, or if you do physical intensive work, it's going to affect you. You begin to lose muscle mass. You don't have that muscle mass as you do. So it's far more than just sex, and it's very important for us to understand.
There's another question about people who work night shift, constant, like nurses.
Yes.
How is applicable to them because they've gotten so used to it that their night is day and day is night. So,
well, we were never designed to be up at nights. So if you are designed a certain way, it's like you can't just say, well, because of the need or because of cultural issues, I'm going to adjust it. No, we both male and female, especially for women. A lot of the women who have infertility issues, you know, maybe about 6 or 7 or 8 years ago, when I used to work a lot with women that had infertility issue, I realized that infertility was highest among teachers. Listen this now, police, security persons, nurses, and accountants. I made the observation that some of the most infertile people, women, fell in those categories. Security personnel, including police, nurses, accountants, and teachers. And this was a sampling that I did all across the island. And what I found common among them was that a lot of these women were up late at nights. So they had infertility issues, or they had issues with intimacy. Some of them slept in light. So you may get away with it because the body allows us to function, but you may get away with it. But long-term exposure, for the most part, is going to affect your health. And I don't know. A lot of the men who also have erectile issues were men who work night shift, whether it be police or accountants or these persons. Very early in their lives, they have erectile issues and other social issues. So we weren't really made to be up that late.
let me just take the time to let everyone know, particularly the men in the chat, that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and one of our strongest supporters sent me a message saying that good wishes to any female or the females who have gone through breast cancer or their family members, mammograms. This is something that affects, from what I've been told, all age groups, but some more. And we just want to say the best wishes for those who are alive, and for those who do not regularly see. So, I think they've said you can check yourself as well, but you should and go mammogram. that? Well, first, what are your thoughts on breast cancer?
Well, I said to persons that, in the course that we offer, in the first module, I make a comparison. I begin to look at the diseases that were prevalent in the 1800s. Most of the diseases that were prevalent in the 1800s were diseases linked to microorganisms. They weren't linked to lifestyle. Most of the diseases in the 1800s were linked to microorganisms, tropical, subtropical diseases, but most of them are linked to microorganisms. A lot of the diseases that we're seeing today is linked to, which is, I qualify that by saying that because they were linked to microorganisms, they were the herbs are very effective against them. One of the reasons why we're seeing herbs not so effective as it was 100 years ago is, number one, because a lot of the diseases now are caused by toxins. That diseases now are caused more by toxins or poisons than they are by microorganisms. And so we live in a world where there's millions of pollutants. And so that is the reason why it's important to be always in the know. So like an examination to check against breast or prostate cancer is very important because it puts you in the know. Right? It puts you in the know. And so it's very important for women to check not only for breast but also for cervical cancer. Cervical cancer can take it takes about 10 years to be developed. And cervical cancer is 100% preventable. It's 100. I think it's the only cancer that is 100% preventable because early detection can correct it. So breast examination, pap smears for cervical cancers, as well as prostate examinations, I highly recommend that they are done because we live in a world that is becoming more and more toxic, not less, more and more toxic. So the toxic rate last year will be lower than this year, and the one next year will be higher than this year. So as the world that we live in, we are constantly being exposed to more toxins, and so every year we are at a higher risk. And so I really encourage persons to do their examinations as is recommended by the healthcare provider, so that they can be on top of it.
I think there's some stuff. People tell me that they're hearing like music.
Yes, it's sorry about that. It's not. It's next door, outside.
Yeah.
You can't hear because they were asking me because they thought it was my end, but producer just reached out. Yeah,
I hear it, man. It's a bass that's.
It's right next to the other part.
Oh, it's next door. Wow, it's next door.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a little time to let them know that I'm beg them to give me some time.
So that I'm coming over low as well. Can you hear me now, loud and clear, family? Can you hear me? Hear me? Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay. OT says she can't hear me. Loud.
Yeah, man. I beg them to just turn it off a little bit.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any questions? Any other questions for Dr. Ben? Let me go back to the chat because I saw a couple of them. Oh, some people. Ruth, not hearing me. Not hearing me. Some people are saying dark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Paula can hear me. Merlin, Tia Rose, Dara, Carla. Okay, I'm good. No, people are saying Makana dark because the things that you're saying about
Okay.
sleep. They was
because they know you don't sleep.
Yeah, they're done because that it go to bed. honest with you, I don't go to bed before 2. Right? I'm up before 6.
Wow. So here's where this bit of knowledge becomes important. It becomes important when especially you become sick. You ever notice, for example, when you become sick, you become immobile. You have to be in a bed sleeping.
Yes.
Yes. Sometimes when you're sick, also you ever notice why when you become sick, they just give you soup and porridge, liquid, because when we become sick, these points that I'm making becomes even more important. Because when you become sick, part of the therapy is sleeping. Right? Part of the therapy becomes sleeping. So if, for example, you weren't sleeping enough or doing enough to sleep, if you were to become sick and you're not getting enough sleep, then it's harder for you to get better. So all of the points that I just made a while ago, they can be used therapeutically. Right? They can be used therapeutically. So, for example, some person becomes sick, and because they become sick, we may have to give them a medicine to help them to sleep more. Because the more they sleep, is the more they begin to just heal. Some persons become sick, and we have to give them something for them to go to the toilet, or we have to give them the food in a liquid form, because we need the food to be absorbed. So, what I'm sharing is just helping people to understand what are the benchmark to measure their health against.
But you know what, Doc? You know, even when I take like Advil Peace Bar, some of the people they have a headache and you take the PM version that's supposed to make you sleep. If I take sleeping tablets, the most I can get out of sleeping tablet is 4 hours.
I like to get some CBD oil.
You're still before you leave. But the thing is, seriously, the sleeping tablets, I know people take sleeping tablets and they're out for 10 hours, 12 hours. I take maximum 4 and I'm wide awake. Yeah. But, let me just share something else with you. I still in the chat, she said her niece just found out she has stage 1 cancer. Go from here.
Stage 1. Well, you know, what I have to say is that you really, I'd have to know more. Number 1. Number 2, what is correct for me to say is that they have to listen to your healthcare provider. So you know, if not, I'd have to talk to them. But I couldn't say. But because everybody is different and everybody is unique. But at that early stage, the body can heal itself. That is much what I can say. The body can heal itself. We have to look at each case, sometimes case by case, to kind of share with person what's possible or what's available. But that's very much reversible at stage 1.
Okay. Somebody said that. It's a smooth.
So
this I must get. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. But you know, we have what is called the sativas and we have the indicas. Most of the one that is being promoted for recreational use is the sativa, which is the one that gives you the high. What we talk about a lot, we talk about marijuana is the CBD based one, right? The sativa, sorry, the indica is the one that makes you high. So the sativas is the one that relaxes you, and you know that's what you need. So even if you smoke which I don't recommend the smoking because it's far better, far more effective when you take it, like get the oil, which is what carries the power. You get the oil, it makes you sleep and rested and you know just feel good.
Yeah. I have to touch base with you because I tell you, I have sleeping tablets, prescribed sleeping tablets, and they do virtually nothing for me. Nothing.
One of the dangers of sleeping tablets is that they affect the liver. So extended use of those really puts your liver at risk. So I mean, in case of emergencies, as I says, you know, yes, but in terms of long-term use, definitely you don't want to do that because it affects you like that. And some of them are actually habit forming, you
Right.
know, so you don't want to do that. But there are a lot of plants out there that can help you to sleep and are very effective. There's valerian. Have you ever tried valerian?
No.
All right, so valerian in places like Germany, even though it's a herb, you have to get a prescription to take it. That's how powerful it is. The valerian root smells very bad, but very, very good. I mean, it's maybe, I don't know of any, that's, I mean, CBD, but it's one of maybe the strongest sedative on the market, plant in the world. Very, very strong. So valerian is very good, and I guarantee you, it may even work better than some of the prescription sleep medicine out there. As I say, in Germany and some parts of Europe, you have to get a prescription from a doctor to get it, even though it's a plant.
The crew in Germany in here, because we have some people in Germany where we listen to, you know, every Saturday. They need some of that valerian, you say it?
Yeah, valerian root.
Is it available over the counter here?
Yes, it's available over the counter here in the States.
Okay, all right, German crew. No worry on yourself. I'll see if we can get some.
And in Jamaica, it's available. Soursop leaf for us is also very good. If you want to use something that don't have any psychedelic side effects like the marijuana, then soursop is very good. Passion flower leaf is also very good. They are very good sedatives. And then there's melatonin, which is also another supplement that's also very good for sleep.
Melatonin not do anything for me.
Well, yeah, but the valerian is stronger than the melatonin.
Okay.
Somebody, yeah, the valerian.
Somebody, who is it? Crystal G said, rub some castor oil over your eyelids before bed. And somebody else said, rub some 401 eastbound said, put some castor oil in your belly button. It will make you sleep like a baby.
Well, I don't know about that because castor oil isn't really a sedative in a really relaxer like that.
Okay.
But the soursop leaf definitely will. The passion flower definitely will. It will cause you to get sleepy. Molasses also is will also help you to sleep because it's high in the B complexes. So that, because you know, a lot of people too, you know, that have problems sleeping are very low in like the B12, B6, B1. And so you can confirm that because what it does is that when you're low in them, they also cause you to have low energy. So out there, so if you're having low energy, it may be because you're low in the B's, so it will cause you to have insomnia and it will cause you to have mood swings too. You know, if you, again, it's one of those ailments where if you ignore it, it may lead to chronic depression, suicidal thoughts.
If I listen to people in the chat, I'll probably some of the cherry juice, olive oil, castor oil, what else? A whole bunch of things are coming, you know, and say, try this, try that. So calligraphy, no more than 5 hours sleep, and that. Yes, calligraphy.
Yeah, man. So the older you get, you actually require less sleep. So you don't need the 8 hours like when you were young. 5 hours is good because you know you can function on that.
John Jackson is asking about osteoarthritis in soursop leaf from castor oil to rubber knee and back waist also my hair. So I guess this one here, this they're saying that you use the castor oil for the osteoarthritis.
Yeah, man, definitely, because what the castor oil does is that the castor oil is anti-inflammatory and it is it removes calcification, which is a type of inflammation, right? So there are different ways in which inflammation manifests itself. One of them is through calcification. So for example, when calcification happens in the eye, it's called cataract. Calcification can cause bone spur. calcification can affect the tendons and muscle and cause stiffness and reduce joint motion. And so what the castor oil does, which is from a salty group of herbs, it removes calcification and removes inflammation as well. So if you're having osteoarthritis, bone spur, a number of these calcification, inflammation-based issues, then castor oil does a very good job. And is that just to put the castor oil is actually putting the castor oil and getting a heat source to help the castor oil to be absorbed. That is what will do the trick, you know, very, very effective.
All right. Any more questions for Doc? Because we thing at least start. I don't think we're going to finish it towards.
But while persons, I just want to encourage, you know, thank everybody. You know, a number of persons reached out when they realized, because not only wasn't I on Ratty, I wasn't able to do a number of activity on my channel. I don't know if I was able to do anything at all on my channel because I took the time to prioritize getting the course ready. So it's next week Sunday we're going to be launching that, and it's going to be very, very different from any other course on the internet, and I can say that with a great level of confidence because I was trained as a Western. In what we call Western herbalism, right? Now, Western herbalism was birthed out of Western medicine, which is based on approaching health from the perspective of death. So Western medicine is based on, so for example, they study the cadavers, they study the dead in order to treat the living. And so Western herbalism is very, very similar. We study dead plants or dry plants in order to treat people. Indigenous medicine is based on studying the living plants. Just like Eastern medicine is based on studying the living to help the living. So that's how it's going to be very different. Our approach is going to be very different because there's not much you can learn from something when it's dead, but there's so much you can learn from when it's alive. And so the class starts next week, Sunday at 7. We're going to be doing an official, so if they go to our website, icmwellnessmarketplace.com, they won't see it on it because we've taken it down. But come the 7th, we're going to be launching that. And we're also going to be launching our IG, which is our International Guild of Indigenous Caribbean Medicine. What we're doing differently from everybody else is that we're launching a professional association that will hold practitioners accountable to certain ethical and professional standards. So for the first time, herbalists within Jamaica and the Caribbean will be held accountable to certain professional and moral standards. So, so that's going to be different. So we're going to be launching that. We're hoping to launch a chapter here in New York. We hope to launch chapters in different parts of the world. So if anybody's interested, if you're already trained, if you're already a herbalist, then I guarantee you that our approach is going to be very different. Plus, it's also going to be the first college that is based on teaching medicine with the primary material being plants from Jamaica and the Caribbean. When you go and study herbalism, most of the herbs are based on herbs from America, from the Americas. So even though I was studying and I was in Jamaica, when I had to do my practical, the herbs that they told me constituted my raw material, I had to be importing them. So even though I lived in the country of land, wood, and water, none of the herbs that I knew were on my paper. And so what I've done is that I've spent over a decade to identify, because I've subsequently found out a lot of these herbs are in Jamaica, but not by the names that we know. So I spent over a decade to identify these herbs and to make it possible that a practitioner can practice medicine without importing any herbs from anywhere. So that's going to be it's going to be different. And the goal, basically, Indigenous Caribbean medicine is basically to organize a medicine that is for everybody in the world, but it is predominantly for people of Caribbean descent. Here in New York, and the Bajan or Haitian or Jamaican or Antiguan, these are the people who, when they get sick, the first thing that comes to their mind is their herb. But they are separated from their homeland. They're living in the diaspora. And so they don't have access to that herbs. So what I'm trying to do is to create a whole ecosystem, a whole industry that not only involves practitioners who are trained to use the material, but also making it affordable, available to these persons. And so that's basically what I want to do different from everybody else. All of those great persons who have come before me. What I want to do different is to revolutionize the way we see medicine to the point where it becomes respectable and acceptable mode of healing, because this is what most of us as Caribbean people know and trust.
You know, in the chat we see Dorothy Brown say castor oil and calabash juice cleanse the womb and bring fertility. And then somebody say you should have told me this long time ago.
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, calabash juice, if you get the ripe calabash, what our ancestors used to do, as a matter of fact, they used to use it for fibroids. I don't use it so much because you have to be very skilled in using it. If you get the calabash juice, if you get the ripe calabash, so when it's ripe, you scoop it out and you put it down and it drains like the noni. It drains a syrup. And if you get that syrup and combine it with salt dye and some other herbs and drink it, what happens is that it cut up the fibroids in the womb and the woman will pass it out. But as I said, if the person is not skilled, it can lead to uncontrolled bleeding. But when using the right amounts, it will not shrink the fibroids. It will allow her to cut it up. And she passed them out as chunks of meat.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very gross, very, very. But our ancestors, a lot of them, and you know, if there was anything I want to add to my course, it's going to be because within herbalism, there are a group of herbalists. There's a group of traditional herbalists who were different from all the herbalists. These were women that were midwives, because a herbalist who is a midwife is different from a general herbalist. A herbalist who is a midwife is skilled in the art of prenatal care, postnatal care, as well as fertility. So a herbalist who is a midwife herbalist is trained. So what I just described to you wouldn't just be the knowledge that any herbalist in the village would have had. These would have been the knowledge that the midwives would have, because sometimes when they help to deliver the babies, these midwives will also need to know what to give to the woman for her to pass out all the pieces of placenta. And it would also, you know, she would also know what to give women for them to get pregnant. These are some of the indigenous knowledge that we are losing, that is becoming more violent, because because of the toxins and poisons, we're living in a world where fertility, or the fertility rate, is decreasing rapidly. So if we ever needed that knowledge, we need it now more than ever, because we are on our way to becoming a very an extinct species. Right? So the calabash, the salt dye, and some other herbs that you can, you know, I don't want to go into because everybody go try nothing. But these were herbs that women would know to give to women, and within an hour they would run to the bathroom and they would just pass out these fibroids. It was also because how did these women come up with this knowledge? A lot of the midwives back in the days of slavery were responsible for delivering babies, and sometimes when women got pregnant for their slave masters that they didn't want to bring that baby, these midwives were the one who terminated the pregnancies. So they became very skilled in knowing which herb to use, how to combine particular herbs to get these results. And so over a period of time, this knowledge was passed down. And when we started to lose that knowledge was when we started to have hospitals, and the Jamaican government discontinued the use of midwives to give birth. Instead, children are now being born in hospitals. So we have a very, very, very few, and we need it. These are things that we need. You know, we need to recognize these persons, because these women were very skillful, and I've met a few of them, and so I've been able to get some of the knowledge. But you know, we need to do more to preserve this knowledge.
All right, 3 quick questions because we're running out of time. The first one is your take on magnesium oil. The second one is what type of castor oil to use. And the third one is what's good for nerve damage and low bone density.
All right. So magnesium oil, it has its place because, you know, the muscles are very, including the heart, depend on magnesium. There are 3 minerals needed in the body for us because we are electrical beings. And for electricity to transmit, for electricity to be produced and transmitted, magnesium is one of the minerals that is needed. So there's magnesium, potassium, and sodium. In the body, there has to be a very delicate balance between magnesium, potassium, and sodium for us to be good conductors of electricity. And so when that is low, it's going to have serious repercussions for the muscles. So it has so what I'm saying is that it's very important. It has its place. How to use it? It's a different question, and who should use it is a different question. That you can't just give general information and say, you know, go and use it. It can have adverse effect because if you use too much, remember the heart is a muscle, and the heart depends on magnesium, so you can use too much and mess up just the rhythm of your heart. All right, so it's very important. As it relates to the second question, which is also second question again.
The second one was castor oil. Which type would you recommend?
Oh, depending because a lot of times, Ratty, what we do is dependent on what the cells needs. But for the most part, the dark castor oil, that's the one that is burnt, the one that has been processed through heat, that's good. But there are sometimes when the cold press one is good. But that cold press one, because the enzymes are in it, can burn you up, can have, you know, effects on the body. So it depends on what the need is. It's very hard to answer a question like that because both of them, or all of them, have their place. It is based on what it is used for that determines what is good at a particular time.
Right. And the third question is what's good for nerve damage and low bone density? So
for bone density, what will guide the decision is when you're having bone density, what you're gonna need something that will retain calcium in the bone. So pomegranate is very good. Pomegranate leaf, pomegranate bark. And when you get the pomegranate, the skin, the pomegranate skin is a very good source of minerals that help the body to retain calcium. So if you're having poor density issues, it's not about getting calcium from a good source, which is the second point. So poor density, one is what can you take to retain calcium in the bone? 2, type of calcium, because organic calcium or inorganic calcium. Because a lot of the calcium that we have is calcium that the body cannot assimilate, the body can't break down. All right? So what you need to find, so they talk about calcium citrate, they talk about calcium that the body can assimilate, and they talk about what can you take to hold on to the calcium. So calcium citrate, for example, is one. Some calcium caltrate depending on the person, and then there is but for both persons I would recommend the pomegranate leaf or the pomegranate bark or the pomegranate fruit, the skin, so you can dry it or dehydrate it, grind it to powder, make a tea from it. Excellent source of helping the bone to hold on to calcium.
All right, we're almost out of time, but listen, Doc, before you go, it sounds to me like some of these folks that they have to see you because the questions that they're posing, they're good questions, but like I said, you cannot answer them generally because
no, I can't. Right. Let me introduce my brother. Come here, my brother. Come here. So let me just introduce. Look at me, this man. Look alike. You see that?
This is Rattigan.
Yeah, man.
Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Fine, thank you, sir. And you?
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm trusting in God and believing, man. Just hanging with my brother here.
So Pastor Hamilton is hosting me. I'm at his church here in 461 Soundview Avenue. That's where I'm at. And when I leave, persons can connect with me through him. So we'll have a system in place where we can connect with persons. That's one of the reasons why I made the sacrifice to come, because we're putting in the capacity and the infrastructure to do more, to meet more people. So when I go back to Jamaica, what we're putting in place as infrastructure will allow me to function from here as if I am here.
Yes.
So guys, don't worry about me just hurrying to go back to Jamaica. When I go back to Jamaica, I'm leaving in place an infrastructure that will allow me to do that. Not only here, but I have a colleague in Brooklyn. He's not here with me now, but Chris, he'll be doing that from the Brooklyn leg. So not only will be able, people have to come all the way, and I don't know what's going to happen for Queen, but I can't do it with many people, but I've made the commitment to Pastor Hamilton, made the commitment to Chris, and I have Sean down there in, and persons down there in Florida as well. So that's what I've been busy doing, putting in the infrastructure.
He's training us.
Right.
Look, there's a bunch of questions. We won't get to them right now, folks, but there's a bunch of questions for you in the chat. And when are you leaving again?
I'm leaving Wednesday.
Are you going to extend? Because you're on extension.
I extended from Sunday to Wednesday. I can't extend anymore because I have to go back to Jamaica. And as I was saying, you know, we do have some products. If you go on our website now, and you know, I'm putting out a book. 30 Jamaican herbs for men over 40 with erectile dysfunction. I've shared that with Pastor. Yes. And let me tell you something, man. Pastor, where is it? Where's the bottle?
Let me get it for you.
Go for it. But Pastor, basically, I have a bottle in my bag because
you have it here?
Yeah, I drink it. There's a bottle here. There's no label on it.
Yeah.
But I shared a recipe with Pastor, yes, Rattigan. And Pastor made some, and I drank. I didn't even tell him. I drank some, and I'm telling you, I just said, man, I remember I'm married and my wife is back home. So that's why reason I have to hurry up and go back home. Because this is what Pastor have been drinking up here. So
it works.
I have to hurry up and go back home because I don't want to get in no trouble. You hear me? Yeah. So I can extend from Sunday to Wednesday, but not further than that.
All right. So people want to see between now and Tuesday.
Yeah.
Give us the number again. And first of all, are you available to see people between now and Tuesday?
Monday, Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday. No, not Monday.
Monday's is a holiday, but I'm here.
No, we're going out Monday. So Wednesday. No, sorry, so Tuesday.
But Tuesday I won't be here. We're at work. So why don't you do it?
No, man, I'll be here.
You'll be here. So Tuesday. So
Monday, I can say a few persons Tuesday. Monday we're going to look at the machine and so on and so forth.
Okay, but how long that would take? Huh?
But just if they call me, the number is
Monday evening, Monday afternoon. I said I would say 3 o'clock. So from 3 going up.
Right, I'll give you a number. It's 831-9084. So just some of it we play it by ear. Just call me and we'll see.
831-9084.
Yeah, 876-831-9084.
Folks, I hope you grab that. 876 9084. Again, 831-9084. It's a WhatsApp number. You can contact Dr. that number, and he'll be able to see you. If not Monday, definitely Tuesday, because he's leaving Wednesday, because he's on fire without drink. He's been drinking that Pastor tell him must drink and now he has to head back.
Yeah, man. Too much fire on the wire. Yeah, man.
I have to come pay your visit one of them days, Pastor, because I'm always in the Bronx. So
please, absolutely. We're located at 461 Soundview Avenue. And you can give me my number. Doc can give you my number. You can give me a call.
Man, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
But Doc, that's close to the Whitestone Bridge, am I correct?
Very close.
Yeah, very close, very close. In the Soundview section of the Bronx.
I know where it is. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, look out for me when in fact, I'll call and let you know when I'm going to stop by, so we can have
You're welcome. All right.
All right.
You take care of yourself. We'll be in touch before you depart.
Tell them if anyone in the Bronx looking for a church that believes in the Bible, we don't preach against people. You wear what you want to come, and we feed them with the spiritual word as well as the natural food at times. So tell them come over, okay?
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Dad.
All right.
All
yeah,
right.
man.
All right. Bye-bye. Look who they are. Yes, Papa. Look like you can't hear you.
How you doing, man?
Well, all right, all right, all right, all right. I know you're in a travel status, so that's why I didn't want to bother you. You know what I mean? Because
No,
I think
man. No, man. I tried to, I did my best to get back as fast as I could, and
uh,
yeah,
yeah, I know, man. But you know it go
catch
with us.
time.
You know, you never have to rush back because you have things to do and you're on business. So, really didn't expect. This is a pleasant surprise because when I see the time,
Yeah,
I said,
man. But I for grace, I don't want to give him a slot.
and Kevin, what's it? Dervin is not here, so you don't have to worry about that. And
Okay, 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 okay. I should have checked. Yeah,
yeah,
it's 11:05 UK time. So you go. It's cold. It is. But yeah, that's that. That's that.
so everything all right though.
Yeah, man. All is well.
Good, good, good. Listen, the segment now that we're going to touch. Um, I did some research on the sub judice, the rule, and
So you want to talk about the sub judice rule?
yeah.
I have a whole thing about the sub judice rule.
Well, all right.
They
Let's.
charge me for listen. The General Legal Counsel charged me for breaching the sub judice rule, and that matter went on appeal. But I'm looking forward to hear what you have to say. Well, what I can say is, whenever you hear people say that there's a breach of the sub judice rule in the manner, especially the manner that young Charles has spoken so eloquently with his beautiful speaking. People, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but to tell you that it is rubbish, complete, utter nonsense, a lack of understanding for the competence of the judiciary. The sub judice rule only applies to matters that are tried by jury. When you are saying that somebody breaches a sub judice rule, is completely utter nonsense. So just
That's
know that.
that was my thought process when I started looking into it because I said they're saying that the purpose of it is to prevent influence, and I'm saying, well, if it's a bench trial, how you going to influence a judge who's supposed to be independent? You know,
Which is why it's an indictment on the judge to say the judge fool and can be reached, and that the judge lacks integrity, probity, and the ability to adjudicate with the jury mind and the judge mind. So when somebody says you breach a sub judice rule, for instance, the um the general legal counsel says that you're in Jamaica and you breach a sub judice rule in the United Kingdom. You would have to believe that the Lords here in the UK says, let me go and check the internet to see what the Gleaner and the Observer and all the bloggers are saying in Jamaica because we don't have any other case to worry about.
well, let me just piggyback on that and ask you this question.
Sure. Hmm.
I can understand if it's a criminal matter and there's a jury trial,
Hmm.
but how about if it's a civil matter and it's on appeal, or even a criminal matter and it's on appeal where you don't have a jury? You just have the
Doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. If in the absence of a jury of your peers that can be influenced especially influenced because of what secrecy of the jury room. So if somebody is getting information outside of the ambit of what's in the court, you can influence a verdict because of secrecy of the jury room. We won't know when the bloggers, the jurors are influenced by vloggers and bloggers and newspapers that skew information whichever way. And so outside of that, especially when it gets to the court of appeal where the judges are even more erudite and erudite because of more senior understands the matter and it's a court of review. They're looking at errors of law and documentation at that point. So you can't influence them at that point, respectfully. Even and this is a case where we say justice must be seen to be done. Yeah. So we have to go under the principle and understanding that the judges are they have judicial independence and they have complete understanding of the situation. So when one gets up and say, "Oh, you're breaching the sub judice rule," it's them saying we can't talk about it because they're in shame. That's really what it is, and it's insulting the public, and especially I don't think that people who are in public office have any right to talk about privacy and sub judice and secrecy. You chat about them. You talk about their affairs. You talk about their personal life. You talk about their bank accounts, all 28 of them where necessary. You talk about where you spent money. You talk about how you were able to withdraw your money. You talk about all of these things, and none of it is a breach of the sub judice rule. So
Well,
you need to be like those public figures who have rhinoceros skin and them back broad and nothing bothers them. And it's so funny, the same people they talk about what bloggers do and misinformation and misinterpretation, but they have their bloggers trying to sully the reputation of their counterparts, and they find it okay. If we believe in equality before the law, equitable treatment, everything that's in the constitution that obviously this government don't know what's in it or have people to assist them in interpreting it. What's before the court for judicial review is one more embarrassment to the country and the jurisprudence of our country. And the prime minister have a reputation of always breaching the constitution, always making the law look ridiculous, um, and simply takes bad advice. So that's just my and you relying on freedom of expression. I'm exercising my constitutional right to disseminate information in that context so people can appreciate what is happening.
like in the U.S., that judice, as it's pronounced some places, it doesn't factor here because
Mhm.
it doesn't matter, because what the judge will do is the judge will say, "I'm going to sequester the jury,"
The
so that
jury, yeah.
so that they're in a place where they can't be influenced from the outside. But they're not going to try to infringe on someone's First Amendment right to say, "Well, let me
Hmm.
think about it." That won't happen here. It won't happen here. But I see it frequently mentioned in Jamaica where people say, "Oh, we can't talk about it because it's before the court."
Yeah, but yet they talk about everything in relation to Isat. All in GLC matters. All in expunge, everything, all when it before the court, them report it in real time. Yeah? In real time. And so as you talk about the First Amendment, right? Freedom of expression and the media, um, Deion Jackson Miller respectfully, she advocates seriously for it because the people need to know, and they need to know in real time. And maybe what we should be doing, they have is it YG Nelly? That's his YG. I don't know, the famous rapper who is on trial right now. His
Mhm.
case is every day on TV. So this the concept that our our court system is going to is marching along through Justice Sykes and Justice McDonald Bishop to the open justice concept so people can understand. They're even writing judgments painstakingly long so that the public can understand. Yeah? Can you imagine? See somebody say, can you imagine if Diddy with him 373 and a half and one empty buckle of baby oil was allowed to say it's a breach of sub judice rule? Nobody would have all those Diddy jokes right now. But after the prime minister, no more than Diddy. Let's be for real, man.
Well, what I did was I kind of temper the presentation a bit, so that
Mm-hmm.
too forceful on the prime minister. But speaking of the GLC, I'd
Like I
like
said.
that the GLC that because somebody in the chat was saying, "Oh yeah, Rattigan talk, but him not doing anything." Um, a few months ago, I sent in a complaint about the DPP to the GLC,
That
and
matters, Judice.
oh, that
I'm joking. I'm joking.
no, it's not a court matter. There's no.
All right, let me stop.
I will stop and think and say, wait, what am I talking about? But no, what I was saying is that they sent it back, right? They sent it back for an initial, right? They sent it back,
Mm.
And Roland, we know y'all listen, because Roland had his they sent back something saying that they couldn't open up the thumb drive, which didn't make any sense because I can open it up. Roland could open it up. It got to Jamaica, all of a sudden they can't open it up. So yesterday I sent it back. I read the thing, and I know if anyone from the GLC is watching, I sent back the page that they asked me to correct, but I also did the application all over again. So now they can pick, and I also sent a thumb drive again. So they can pick, choose, or refuse however they want to do it, but everything that they need, they have right now to move forward with.
You want to get their attention?
Media?
No, you say you don't know if they're watching.
Oh, yeah.
So all you have to do is quote a cartel song.
Oh, yeah, and then I won't have you do it. Huh?
I won't do it. I'm in another place in my life. But if you want to know if they're watching tentatively, just bust a cartel.
All right, so no,
Yeah.
let me show you. Take a look at this. I hope it's big enough. All right, look at the headline. New York mayor offers to help Jamaica stem flow of guns and drugs. And it's dated May 3rd, 2022. I think it's the Gleaner. Yeah, it's a Gleaner. Look who in the photograph. In the photograph, you have the mayor right there, and you have our prime minister right there. I just found it.
Is that the prime minister with somebody charged for a criminal offense similar to himself?
And that's why I found it so interesting. That
Okay.
both of them are having problems right now. Both of them are having problems, you know. And the gentleman over there, this gentleman here, I think it's Aubin Hill. We won't talk about him and his issues in the Middle East. We won't talk about that because I don't want to get started on that. Things that I found out in Qatar. No, not Qatar. In Oman. Yeah, it was in Oman. Yeah. I believe he was at some point he was an official the central bank in Oman. I think. But we leave him out of this. But we just look at these two gentlemen here commiserating. This was what, a year ago, or no, more than a year ago. Yeah, more than a year ago, May 2022. But now both of them are having some serious problems. So that's where we start today. Then let me just play a quick video here.
Before you play the video, you know,
this world by stupid, incompetent people.
All right, go ahead. What was that?
No, I was just saying that you put up that photo, but it's concerning now because that mayor is Diddy friend.
Yeah, that's what we've been.
So it's not a good look to see the prime minister hanging around Diddy friends. But if you play the video now, one wonders because those Diddy parties are wild, and it even Albin in the picture look like him said, "I don't want to go to those parties. Make I just look straight ahead."
Let me put up the picture again. Here it is. There it is. He's like, hey, whatever they're talking about, I want.
I don't want to. Yeah, Albin said, but no, I know that Diddy party there. Make I just clasp my hand and just hold my own. Big up yourself.
All right, here's a video.
And by evil people. What makes people more harm is caused in this world by stupid, incompetent people than by evil people. What makes people stupid is their certainty that they have all the answers. This is what's going on with our government. This is what's wrong, with this or that, because you're so certain you have the answer. And when you have leaders who are so certain, they enter a country into a war they haven't been thought out of. And so the paradigm in ancient culture was the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, the war that ended up kind of being the end of Athenian democracy and of their golden era. Thucydides, one of the greatest writers who ever lived, wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War. He was saying that the leaders thought, this will be so easy. And think of all the great things when we go and we take Sicily, Sparta will be destroyed, right? It wasn't thought through. They were so certain of the answer that they didn't think of the parameters. So people who are certain of things are very stupid. And when they have power, they're very, very dangerous.
When they have power, They're very, very dangerous. Let me add this one here. Kevin wanted me to put this up. Kevin likes the one. Isat, you see this? You see this one where it says, "Don't be fooled by the campaign. Idolizing a politician is like believing the stripper really likes you."
Yeah, yeah. T-Pain can tell you a lot about that. He's in
So,
love with us.
so
Yeah,
here we are.
empty. But hold
Now,
on, I said that am I a politician?
are you yet?
I know. I need some assistance with that right now, because
Are you being idolized?
no. Oh, that's good. That's good. No, no, no.
So, um, make us start with the Charities Act. Where is it? Here it is. All right. We all right, here we go. Now, when you go through the report, the IC report, there was discussion about a charity and how much money was there, and you know how much money was used from a charity to buy a bond and all this. And then now we hear the prime minister coming out and saying that that the charity was not really a charity. That it was loosely referred to as a charity. But in any event, I just want to take a look at this. All right, here's what it says. A charitable organization means a charitable trust or any institution, whether incorporated or not, which is established. Let me make this bigger. Okay, here we go. Charitable organization, right? It means a charitable trust or any institution, whether incorporated or not, which is established for a charitable purpose exclusively. So if you have a charity and you if you have an organization that you're using for charitable purposes, you're giving away money, you're doing this, you're doing that, scholarships, grants, all of this stuff. In Jamaica, it has to be registered. Otherwise, you're in violation of the law. It must be registered. And from what we're hearing, we don't know what's going on with the PM's what's it called, Positive Jamaica Foundation. We don't know. Another rule by convention in Jamaica is that you cannot use an organization that's not registered for charitable purposes. If you call it a foundation, a not-for-profit, a charity, they're saying if you're not involved in charitable in charitable looking forward now, if you're not involved in charity, you can't use those words because they give the impression that you're a charity. And if you're a charity in Jamaica, you must register. And from what we're hearing, there was no registration that took place with this. The other question is that what if you have a charity in Jamaica and it's not you have an organization in Jamaica, it's not registered, but then you're collecting funds from overseas? How does that work? Do you have to register in the US? Do you have to register, or should you register in Jamaica? Another thing is, when you register as a charity, there are certain benefits you get. There's certain benefits you get in terms of things being brought into the island. How do we know that this didn't happen with the PM? We don't know. So there's a lot of investigation left to be done. And I do believe, and I've heard, that monies were collected from overseas for Positive Jamaica Foundation. If that is the case, then we have to interview those people, because those people, my understanding is that they gave with the intention of the funds being used for charitable causes. So how is it you're going to have a foundation? And by the way, the difference is a subtle difference between a charity and a foundation. A charity is it's primarily you're getting money from the public. A foundation, it says that you have some stake, you have some money in it as well. right? Whereas a charity, you don't have to put anything. Everything come 100% from the public. A foundation, it could be where you are like a private foundation. You put up all the money, or you put some money and you have money coming in from the public. It doesn't say how much money you have to put. I guess anything, but this is going to be a problem. This is definitely going to be a problem. Now, make we turn to. Let me bring this up here. Page 45. Hold on. We're now moving on to illicit enrichment, right? What page is that? 41, 42, 43, 44. 45. All right. Now, they have a definition for this, right? And they also have burdens of proof. And essentially what they're saying is that if you have assets that are disproportionate to your lawful income, then the government has the burden of going forward to show that you have not explained it properly to their satisfaction. And the government in this case would be the Integrity Commission. They're saying you haven't explained at all, or you haven't explained satisfactorily where this money came from. And then once that's done, then you must come up and explain that you won it in a lottery, somebody bequeathed the money to you. You have to come up with some excuse, right? And if you cannot, then there is going to be a problem. I'm trying to find one section here. Here it is, 5.8.7, proving illicit enrichment in law, right? It says, okay. All right. If you look at the go 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down, and the sentence beginning, as can be seen, it said, as can be seen from the crafting of the offense above. Under Jamaican law, illicit enrichment is a criminal offense, and the burden of proof is shared by the Crown and the accused. And then it goes on to say what the Crown must do to prove its case. Now let's go to Integrity Commission. Page 2. Hold on one second, folks. That's this page. Page 2. All right. Now, this says in this act, this is in Integrity Commission Act, it said, unless the context otherwise required, act of corruption means an act which constitutes an offense under the Corruption Prevention Act. This act itself, the Integrity Commission Act, it doesn't mention the term illicit enrichment. It does not. So the question then is, well, why would the Integrity Commission be using a term that is not even embodied in their document? Here's the answer. It says an offense under the Corruption Prevention Act. So what you have to do is you have to go to another document, the Corruption Prevention Act. And that's where we're going right now. Here we go. Not that one. Okay, here we go. And we're going to section 14.5. Let's see where we are. Kevin, are they with me today? No, so enough a beer with me, right? All right, here we go. Here it is right here. If you look right here, right, 5A, where it says, it shall be a defense to, well, let me go further up. says 5.5, where it says, where a public servant owns assets disproportionate to his lawful earnings and fails to do so, blah, blah, blah. And it tells you what the defenses are. And then right here it says, it shall be a defense to a person charged with an offense of illicit enrichment to show the court that he came by the assets by lawful means. So there you have the term. The Integrity Commission Act doesn't contain this term, so it refers you to this document, this law, and it says here is where you find it. So that's the law that they're citing against the Prime Minister, and that's the law that the Prime Minister is trying to get rid of. It remains to be seen what the court will do. We shall see. Now, page 11. Oh, that's a Corrupt Practices Act. Yeah, page 11. Okay. Yeah, it's right here. 11, 12. No, what's interesting is that if you read the Prime Minister's response, people, you'll see. I'll show you the difference. Let me show you the difference. Let me go back to 14.5. All right. One second. Is this 14? Okay. Okay. If you look here, if you look at 5, you notice that they have 2 5s, right? Make sure you have the pen and paper and not take notes. If you look here, you'll see 2 5s, right? You'll see where there is a significant increase. Remember that term, significant increase. You'll see that if you go through the Prime Minister's response, you'll see that they're saying there's no significant increase. Well, here is what you're looking at. What they're looking at. They're looking at this document. Look at the third line down. Act 18 of 2000. Right? Here's the one that they should be looking at. This one. This one is beyond 2000. This one, I think, goes to 2000. Here it is. 2002. This one is a later one. And if you look, remember that in 14.5 where it says significant increase. So if it's minor, you couldn't charge them. You couldn't charge the Prime Minister with it or anybody with it. You won't find it in this. Well, let me go back. Oh, that's the first schedule. All right, here we go. $14. Stay with me. Okay. All right. There's a 5. You see where it says, where a public servant owns assets disproportionate. It doesn't talk about a significant increase. So any increase at all under this statute, and remember, this is the later version, not the older version. And just take a look at the Prime Minister's response, and you'll see where they indicate that that there was no significant increase. They're using the language from the old statute, from the 2000 statute. This is a much later version of that statute, and the term significant increase is missing. So what that means is that any increase whatsoever, you can bring the person up on charge. Any increase, not a significant increase. So just keep that in mind.
So are you saying the director of corruption prosecution was relying on the old legislation, or would have is misguided in terms of
the corruption prosecution? That lady she doesn't factor in this. This is now before the this is between the Prime Minister and his attorneys, where they're saying that there was no significant increase.
Oh, you're talking about the judicial review matter?
Yes.
No, but that matter is gonna be thrown out. It's a bunch of legal fluff.
I'm glad you said this because I was going to say something
That
else.
judicial review don't have no standing.
No, what I did, I broke it down, right, in a bunch of question and answer, right? And
Okay.
help me out now. First question I have is well, what is the definition of illicit enrichment? We went through that. When is an illicit enrichment investigation considered formally commenced? Is that when they send you a letter saying that you're under investigation? And if it's not specific, is it when they specifically tell you that you're under investigation for, and then tell you that?
It formally commences when you file your statutory declarations with a whole heap of things that is unable to be certified. Once I start to question you and ask a clarification, the investigation is live and running. I don't think that people are supposed to be trying to use verbiage. Yeah, but sometimes you have some lawyers that are really, really, they try to use technicalities to trump the realities. I used Trump a while ago because he's a convict, right? So I had to use that to trump the situation to prevent the inevitable. So the investigation, notwithstanding, a year had passed, and so the technicalities that they're trying to use is very unfortunate. You must know what you're being investigated for.
Okay. The next question is let's look to the is illicit enrichment investigation limited to a particular time? Can they say is there, because I couldn't find anything in the statute that says you can only do it and it's only good for a year.
No, but wasn't he wasn't how much are the declarations that formed a part of this report?
I think it's 2020, 2021, 2022. I think it's 3 years. But they also went back, I think, to 29. And we'll get to
Mm.
that. The point I'm trying to make is just because you give me a 2020 declaration, it doesn't mean that I'm limited to that, because there may be things that you did in 2019 that caused me to certify it, that now when I'm looking at 2020, I say, wait a minute, it shouldn't have been certified because look at this information I'm getting now in 2020.
I
Um,
think, well, to be fair, I think if they certified it, what they're going to do, rescind it.
well, what if you find out later on that there was criminal activity that you didn't spot when it was first submitted to you, but now you're looking?
I think that would be a matter for a prosecutor rather than the IC. I could
But
be wrong. I'm saying if you certify the 2019 and you are satisfied with what was put before you, I don't think you can go retroactively go back to say that there's a string of criminality. I think one has to be able to say that if you certified it, you were satisfied. You can't come unsatisfy yourself, no. But you see,
but
the central issue is that they gag those people over at the IC, so it makes it very difficult for them to defend themselves.
yeah, what if you can now prove that, you know, based on what the information we were given last year, we didn't find anything negative. But now the information that we're given this year, we can see a distinct connection between what was filed last year and criminal activity. And that's based on what we're getting now. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, their time bar that you just, once you certified, even if you find out later on that, you know, some devious things were done, criminal activity was conducted, you're saying once you certified, you cannot go back and look at it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask you this question. Are you saying that you cannot go back and look at the submission, or are you saying that you can't go back and open up the submission?
I'm saying you can't go back and uncertify something that you already
But you
certified.
can go back and look at it then.
You can go back and look at it and say he's a liar.
Okay. All right. Let me just folks, remember I tell you that some people, and again, this is just basic. People, I just want you to understand that the Integrity Commission is not really new, and here it is. Look at 62. Is it 62? 62 1. Yeah. See what it says, subject to the provisions of this section, on the appointed day, all persons holding permanent appointment to offices under the Commission for the Prevention of Corruption, that's one agency, one office, the Integrity Commission, that's another one, or the Office of the Contractor General shall be transferred on secondment to the services of the Commission. And what they're talking about now is the new commission. So there were three agencies: the Commission for the Prevention of Corruption, the Integrity Commission, and the Office of the Contractor General. And they merged those three. So when people are telling me that, well, you know, it's a new agency and they have new people. No, this tells you right here that the three agencies, that people working for them, they're going to merge. When they merge, they were all going to be working for the same Integrity Commission. So it's not new. So make we just clear that up. It's not a new, it's a new agency, but it's not new bodies. And it's not a new mandate either. It's the same thing. If you go back and you look at the laws for the Contractor General and the Commission for the Prevention of Corruption and the Integrity Commission, it's exactly what we're looking at now. But still, we have a lot of loopholes in there. Is the IC, here's another question, is the IC an investigatory or prosecutorial body? Is it just like an agency, or can they really do investigations and prosecute people? And the answer to that is yes. Let me show you. So some people would have you believe that it's a regulatory body, you know, like what's it? Standards and Weights. I think they have an agency like that. The people who monitor food or stuff like that. They're regulatory. They're regulating what's going on. This is different. These people are actually investigators and they're prosecutors, right? And page 6. He said it is to the purpose. One of the purposes is to enhance public confidence that acts of corruption and impropriety committed by persons exercising public functions will be appropriately investigated and dealt with in a matter which achieves transparency, accountability, and fairness. There, the word is right there. Investigated. So you cannot tell them how to conduct their investigation. You cannot, and you cannot tell them how to prosecute a case. Page 7. If you look at the functions of the commission 6.1, if you look at all of these things, here it is right here. Look at B. Prosecute acts of corruption.
Rasta Barbara, that is it. One blood.
It's not only to investigate, but they can also prosecute. Now, we can argue as to whether or not.
Not God order. God order.
But the one thing that we can say is that they're authorized to do that. They're authorized to investigate and they're authorized to prosecute. So remember that, people. Just go to the Integrity Commission Act and look at page 6, page 7. And then if you go to page 22, 23, 24, it sets out what they can. It sets out the big division. 23, 24. I'm taking my time so it'll give you some time to write some of these things down. Remember, page 6 talks about investigation. Page 7 talks about prosecuting. And then when you go to 22, here it is. The first one, the Director of Information and Complaints. This is the person who looks at all of the statutory declarations. It comes into this office, right? And they do their preliminary investigation. They do whatever. So that's 22. If you go to page 23, here's another one, Director of Investigation. They're the ones who conduct the big investigations. So it would come into on page 22, it would come into Information and Complaints. They would look, they would say, hey, there's something wrong with this. They'd reach out to the people and say, hey, you know, you need to turn this in, you need to turn that in, whatever. And if there's still a problem, then what would happen? They would make a referral to the commission and it would come down to the Director of Investigation. They would do the investigating. They would conduct the investigation. Then if you go to the next page, there's a prosecutor right there, Director of Corruption Prosecutor. So the Integrity Commission has the right to do preliminary investigation, to do full investigation, and to prosecute. All three. So when people tell you that, oh, them act like judge, jury, and executioner, no. They're not acting like judge, jury, and executioner. You might feel that way, but what they're doing, they're conducting preliminary investigations to make sure that information you provided on your statutory declaration is accurate and correct. They're doing investigations to find out why is it that information is not correct, because it has come to them saying that from the Information and Complaints Division, it comes over to the Director of Investigations, and they now must go out and prove the case, and then or obtain evidence to prove the case. Then it goes to the Director of Corruption Prosecution, and it goes there once the Director of Investigation has made a recommendation to prosecute. Then it goes to the commission, and then it goes over to the Director of Corruption Prosecutor. All right. And as we mentioned, they don't have to do it for the statutory declaration. They're not limited to just saying, okay, we're only going to be looking at this one that you give us this year. They can go back. And that's exactly what they did with the Prime Minister. Now, must a subject, you know what? A better way to do this, hold on one second. Let's go back. I have the questions written, but let me go back and just walk you through it, because that way, instead of jumping around, you'll see what I'm talking about. So we did 3. All right, we went through 3 already. 3D, to enhance public confidence that acts of corruption will be appropriately investigated. We did that. Now let's go to 6. We did that already, where we show that they can investigate. So we did 6.1a. Then we did, look at K, folks. K said that they can collaborate or cooperate with other persons or bodies, whether in Jamaica or outside of Jamaica, duly authorized to prevent, combat, and investigate acts of corruption so as to implement an integrated approach to the eradication of corruption. This tells me that they can pass it on to the FID, but there are many more provisions within the statute that tells you that many more provisions that tell you that they can collaborate, cooperate, share information with other entities. So the idea that people are saying that they can't go to FID, that's nonsense. No, look at this. This is very important. This is very important. Only need write this down. Well, everything important I'm going to go through, right? But look at 6.3a. There it is. In the exercise of its powers and performance of its functions under this act, the commission, look at A, shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority other than the court, by way of what? Judicial review. And that's exactly where we are right now, judicial review. So no one can tell the IC what to do. Even here it's even referring to Parliament. It says shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority other than the court by way of judicial review. Now, I want to show you now judicial, keep that in mind, judicial review. I want to show you something now. Let's go to, just keep that in mind. Not subject to control or direction except the court and only by judicial review. Now, take a look at this. The question is, you're going to sue the Integrity Commission through judicial review in the court. That's the only place you can go. Now, look at this. 55 is very interesting, and I'm surprised. I'm hoping that they will use it. I don't think they've ever used it, not in the cases I've looked at. but they certainly can use it in this case. And 55 says that you cannot sue the Integrity Commission unless you have gross negligence. Look at 55 subsection 2. You have gross negligence, malice, or the unreasonable use of force. Now, you ask yourself the question, what is malice? Malice is an act done with ill will, spite, or improper motive. Now, are you going to say that the Integrity Commission investigated you because they have improper motive, or they do it out of spite, or they have ill will? That's a steep hill to climb. Because then everybody else who has been investigated by the Integrity Commission could come and make the same argument and say they did it out of. So you're going to have facts to prove that. Now, gross negligence, that's usually in a personal injury case. Gross negligence is where you have a lack of care so extreme that it amounts to a disregard for the life of others. And that an example of that would be somebody driving, in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, and in a school, and you have children out playing or crossing the street, whatever, and they're driving down the street at 100 miles an hour. That would be gross negligence. It's a complete disregard for the danger. And of course, unreasonable use of force, that's when law enforcement use more force than necessary to effect an arrest. So we know the third one. Just look at 55 too. We know that the use of unreasonable force, that can't be it. In this case, that can't be it. Gross negligence, that can't be it. So the only argument that can be made now is that we're suing them because they did it with malice. Interesting thing is, if you go through the paperwork submitted by the Prime Minister and his team, you won't see the word malice. You'll see improper motive, or you'll see some other phrase indicating malice, but I don't believe there's, and I'm open to being fully corrected, malice is not there. That's where they're hanging their hat. That's where they're hanging their hat. Because look at 3. It says if you don't have any of the 3 in section 2, if you don't have gross negligence, malice, or unreasonable force, no proceedings whatsoever shall lie against the commission or any person authorized by the commission for anything done, for anything reported, or anything said by the commission in the performance of its functions under this act. So the Prime Minister and his team, they're going to have to show that there was malice, that these investigators, they came after me out of ill will, out of spite, or they had improper motive. They're going to have to prove that. And I don't know how they're going to do it, but that's what they're going to have to prove. Let's go to 6.3. And again, forgive me, Kevin is not here, because if Kevin were here, this thing would have been much, much faster. So just hang with me, all right? 6.3c. Okay. Here's another function of the commission. We just talked about, not under the control of anybody other than the court by way of judicial review. And remember, when they file for judicial review, they have to prove malice, gross negligence, or unreasonable use of force for the case to advance. If they can't prove one of those 3, then they have no business in court. And we know that they're not going to argue unreasonable use of force, because there was no color of law involved. When it's a color of law, meaning police force involved. There was no gross negligence, because gross negligence, again, it's complete disregard for what's going on. So they'll have to go through malice, ill will, spite, improper motive. That's what they're going to have to go through. Steep hill to climb. But look at B. It says 6.3b. It says that the commission shall act independently, impartially, fairly, and in the public interest. Right? Let's go to 7.1. Write these down, folks. 7.1 says the commission may in the performance of its functions work in cooperation with any person or body as it may deem appropriate. CFID, CTAJ. Here it is. It says they can work in cooperation with anybody as it deem appropriate. And in fact, look at the note in the margin. It says cooperation between other bodies and agreement and arrangements. So that's 7.1. Look at 7.2.
Before you move on though, is that during the investigation or after the conclusion of the investigation?
Well, what they're saying is that the investigation has not concluded because the Prime Minister has not cooperated. So they're saying we can't make heads or tails because it's an ongoing investigation. But for right now, we're stalled. So we're looking to other people to cooperate with us to see if they can get the information from him.
Okay, so when they submitted the report and tabled the report and the DCP or whatever her name is, corruption, yeah, DCP, she declined to prosecute because so and so and so and so. That it wasn't concluded in relation to that particular statutory declaration.
Yes, and that's why they're not arguing that, because in fact they've mentioned about 5 instances where they said, hey, the corruption prosecutor decided not to press charges regarding the 4 Nova Scotia accounts. So that's not an issue here. So even though I disagree with what she did, and I mean, we'll get to it, but what they should have done, they should have gone to the acting DPP and said, listen, we believe that what our director of investigation did was correct. We believe that what the director of information and complaints did was correct. We support it, and therefore we want you, acting DPP, to render an opinion as to what the corruption prosecutor did. We want you to look at the evidence and see if what she did was correct. They have the right, the statute, to do that. They haven't done it. I don't know why, but they haven't done it. Look at 7.2. It says, a person or body shall cooperate, and we'll get to this piece where they're claiming that the Prime Minister didn't cooperate. But look at 3 people. Look at 7.3. It says here that if they come to you and they say, look, we need information, they meaning the Integrity Commission, and you say, what can they do? Look at 3. The court may, on an application made by the commission, without notice to whom? To you, the party who don't want to cooperate. The court may order any person or body to provide to the commission any information or document which the court deems necessary to assist the commission in carrying out its functions under this act. So my question is, this gives you the right, if whoever it is, if they're not cooperating, this gives you the right to say, you know what, we're not even going to give them notice. We're going to just go to court, ex parte, they call it, without the other party being present, and say, Judge, this is what we need to complete our investigation, and this person is just recalcitrant. This person is just an impediment, an obstacle that we have to hurdle. And so we're asking you to compel them to give this information. Why didn't they do that with the Prime Minister? I'm still waiting for an answer. And fights a person against whom an order is made pursuant to what we just talked about. Once the order is made, it says that person shall provide such information or produce such documents which may be in the possession of such person or body, or which they may lawfully procure. So once the judge issues that order, then the person would have to just turn over the information, and we don't see that happening. And there's another thing in the statute too, and I keep saying we'll get to it. We'll get to a lot of it. One of the things they say is that you cannot allege secret, or confidentiality. You cannot say, hey, I can't give this to you because it's confidential, or I can't give this to you because it's personal, or I can't give this to you because it's... No. The only exception to not providing information to the Integrity Commission when requested is this: if you can show that there is a relationship between you and a lawyer, for example. I forgot the term. We'll get to the term, but there's a term that they use that they say, okay, a relationship between a lawyer and his client is sacrosanct, except if we can show that there is criminal activity. And so if the information you're looking for is a communication between the lawyer and his client regarding a certain matter, then no. But anything else, you can't say, oh, it's private, oh, it's personal, and think that those are magic words. They're not. Where are we now? 7-8. Oh, here it is right here. Here it is. Notwithstanding any provision in any law. Notice the word any. Notwithstanding, number 8, folks. Notwithstanding any provision in any law and subject to subsection 11, no obligation as to secrecy or other restriction upon the disclosure of information implemented by law or otherwise shall prevent a person from or body from disclosing any information or producing any document to the commission in accordance with this section. So now we go to what it is saying. You must give the information. You can't say it's secret or whatever, except 11. So make we go to 11 and see what 11 says. Here it is. Here's exactly what I was telling you. 11 says, there it is right at the top. It says, nothing in this section shall require a person or body to provide information or produce any document which a person would be entitled to refuse to provide on the grounds of legal professional privilege. There it is. The only exception you can have to the Integrity Commission when they come and ask you for information is to say, I will not give it to you on the grounds of legal professional privilege, meaning that I have a relationship with a lawyer, and this information that exists between me and the lawyer, the information is protected. I'm not giving it to you. That's the only exception you have. It says right here, nothing will require you to give that up. And if you go back to the one before that, it says right here. It says you're only subject to subsection 11, which we just read. That's the only exception to this rule. And it says any law. It says we don't care what law you have, any law. That's it. So when people come up and talk about the Data and Privacy Act and all of that stuff, rubbish. The data and privacy, it does not apply. When they say, oh, I have a privacy and it's personally identifiable information. Quote 8 to them. Quote what is section 7 subsection 8, quote that to them, and then 11 is right there. So you quote section 7 subsection 8 and subsection 11, and that's as some people say, that's a whole ball of wax. It's finished. You cannot tell them, say you're not giving them no information. We could go to 12. 9, 10. All right. Now here's what 12 says. 12 says, subject to the provisions of this act, the commission may, with the approval of the minister, enter into a memorandum of understanding or other agreement with a competent authority. What does this mean? It means that the Integrity Commission, under the auspices of the Minister of Finance, can enter into agreements with any competent authority regarding sharing information or exchange of information, including a foreign agency. Now, you may ask, what is a competent authority? What does that mean? And by the way, just so you know, the Integrity Commission has an existing memorandum of understanding with FID regarding the sharing and exchange of information. It exists. But we have to look at the definition. What does it mean by a competent authority? We understand a foreign agency, some agency outside of Jamaica, but a competent authority. Let's go to the definition. Look at what it means. It says right here, For the purposes of this section, competent authority means what? The DPP, the Attorney General, TAJ, FID. It's right there.
Okay.
So these arguments that people are making and all this now, people open our write down them things, I know. Open our write down them things. Right? Make we go to 32. Let me just skip and go to 32. And then we're going to talk about now. We'll talk about the function of Kevin, were you there? All right, 32. Kevin gone left me. He promised to come back, but that's all right. And here it is, Director of Information and Complaints. All right, folks. When you fill out your statutory declaration, this is the component of the Integrity Commission where you send it. You send it to the Director of Information and Complaints, right? They're the ones who deal with statutory declarations. That's the entry point, right? And it says so right here, 32(1)(a). Receive, keep on record, and examine all statutory declarations filed with the Commission. Right there. We're not making up anything. And look at B. Make such inquiries as he considers necessary in order to certify or determine the accuracy of a statutory declaration. So, but this is that the Director of Information and Complaints can do just about anything in order to certify your statutory declarations. You cannot tell him, don't look over here, look over there. He has the right under the law to look wherever he wants to look to make sure that the information that you've submitted, the information is accurate, the information is correct. I remember what we said that earlier, that you cannot direct or control the Integrity Commission. That is left clearly within the province of the court. No other agency, no prime minister, no minister, nobody can tell them what to do. So 32(1)(d). And here's what that director will do. That director will refer to the appropriate director any complaint or information received under paragraph C, which is this: corruption, impropriety, non-compliance. So they can refer to the appropriate director. They can go through the commission itself. 32(2). Open or write down, take on the time, but write it down. I'm gonna spend the time to go through it so that you won't have to, the heavy lifting has been done. 32(2). All right. 42. Okay, here we go. Now we get to what they do with the statutory declarations. 42(2). Here's where it says, whereupon examination of a statutory declaration, look at 42(2). The Director of Information and Complaints is of the opinion that further information is required. He may, by notice in writing, request the declarant to submit such other information, blah, blah, blah. And the declarant shall submit such information within the specified time period. So what this is saying is that when the Director of Information and Complaints, remember now, folks, this is the entry point for your statutory declarations. When that person is going through it and is of the opinion that, hey, this is not complete, we need more information, they can write to the person whose statutory declarations they're looking at and say, listen, we need additional information, and they give you a certain amount of time within which to provide that information. And going back to what we just said, if you do not comply, they can go to court and have the court force you to do it, which they didn't do. But, Now, 42(3) says, if he's satisfied, the Director of Information and Complaints is satisfied that everything is in order, then he will inform the commission and they will inform the declarant in writing. Right? So that is if everything checks out. But what if things don't check out? Where the Director of Information and Complaints is of opinion that an investigation is in relation to a statutory declaration is necessary, he shall refer the matter to the Commission for further and necessary action. That's nebulous language. Here further, the last 1, 2, 3, 4 words, 5 words for further and necessary action, because all it means is that if an investigation should be conducted, then the Director of Information and Complaints just send it off to for statutory declarations. Because another thing is that there's a difference between an investigation for statutory declarations and just a regular complaint. There are differences. With a statutory declaration, what he has to do is then just turn it over to the Commission, and then the Commission will do whatever they want to do with it. And in this case, they referred it for investigation. But it's much ado about nothing, because if the investigation is warranted, then fine. The procedure is not going to affect the substance. So if it should have gone to the Commission and then to the Director of Investigations, but instead of going that route, it went to both of them. It's a distinction without a difference. It's much ado about nothing. Because you should have given them the information when they ask you for the information from Jump Street. For the 3.1b, let me see. And look at this. 43.1b says a person who fails without reasonable cause to provide any information that the Director of Information and Complaints require, then that person commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding $500,000 or term of imprisonment. So this is when they ask you and you don't want to comply. The corruption prosecutor can bring charge against you, or they can go to court and have the court compel you. So they have, what's this? Your analogy about PM and water? What water? What, Morris, what water are you talking about? Kevin. Yes, people, Kevin is here, so now we can't do whatever we want, because if I mess up Kevin, they have to fix it. So, Morris Williams said, your analogy about PM and water got holes. I have no idea what you're talking about, Morris. Educate me. So, that's that. And we know that the Prime Minister was exonerated for knowingly making a false statement. We know that the four Scotiabank accounts, so we won't even discuss that. What section are we in here? Forgive me, people. So we can go through the Director of Investigation and talk about what that person is supposed to do, just like we did with this. But essentially, it's the same thing. So I tell you what, let me just start doing that. Let me jump to the questions, right? And all right, so this question has been answered. Must a subject respond to the IC's request for information? And the answer is yes. Let me move this. The answer is yes, except for legal professional privilege. And that is where you and your lawyer have a conversation. It's documented, it's taped, and the IC would like to get their hands on it. And then you tell them, no, there is an attorney-client privilege, and you will not be getting that information. Perfectly fine. But anything else, they have a legal right to obtain from you. And if you don't want to give it to them, they have two options. They can take you to court, charge you and take you to court for failing to provide the information. Or they can go to a judge and say, Judge, we want you to to issue an order compelling this person to give us the information. So there we go. Next question. Is personal private information sought or obtained by the IC during the course of its authorized duties subject to privacy laws? No, we just went through that. Section 7, subsection 8, section 36, subsection 4, section 42, subsection 2, section 48, subsection 5. They all relate to this question as to what is what information is prohibited from you're prohibited from, or the IC is prohibited from obtaining from you. And again, it's only legal professional information. All right. Does the IC have discretion to conduct its investigation, or must it report to the subject of the investigation? Meaning that the IC is investigating you. Do they have a right to tell you every time they do something to keep you apprised of their investigation? No, it's nonsense. They don't have to tell you that. Once they tell you you're on an investigation, your obligation is to provide information and answer questions. But they're not under any obligation to tell you what's going on with the investigation. Does the IC have to respond or take the subject's objection into consideration? Here's what some people will do now. When they're asked the question, they'll say, I say this on the objection without prejudicing my right and blah, blah, blah. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. You have to answer the question. And I'll tell you why. This is similar to like what we have a civil deposition in America, right? You're doing a deposition, person is sitting there, you're asking questions, are you on medication? What did you eat today? Who was in the car with you at the time of the accident? Blah, 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 all of that. What the person's lawyer can do is say, I object. And there's a stenographer there that she will record the objection. But guess what? You must answer the question. The only question you don't have to answer is questions about privilege, like attorney-client privilege or doctor-patient privilege or husband-wife privilege. Those questions, the attorney can say, no, we're not going to answer those questions. And that's it. Now, the opposing attorney can call a judge. Say, judge, listen, we're having a problem here because they don't want to answer the question. And then it's up to the judge. But those three, generally speaking, you don't have to answer. So when the lawyer, let's say I'm asking questions of Kevin, for example, and Isat is representing Kevin. I ask a question. Isat can say objection. Well, remember now, there's no judge in a deposition. It's just the opposing parties and the stenographer. What will happen is that the stenographer will record the objection. But Kevin must answer the question. Unless it's a question of privilege, he must answer the question. And you know why? All you're doing is preserving the record for trial. So that if there's a trial, you can raise it and say, Judge, if they try to bring it in, you can say, Judge, we objected to it during the deposition and we're objecting to it now. You know why? Because if you don't object to it during the deposition, you cannot object during trial. If that same question is asked, you can't, because they're going to say, Judge, look, here's the transcript. That question was asked and the attorney did not preserve the right. And the judge is going to say, fine, you should have objected. So when the IC is questioning someone, to say, I'm not going to answer it because, I'm preserving my right or whatever, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. You have to answer the question. And again, I just find that the IC was woefully unprepared for some of the things that they did. And procedurally, they did some things that I wouldn't have done. And I don't know why those things were done. I'm not making any judgments about them. All I'm saying is that factually, when you read the record, these things weren't done. All right, here's a question for you, Isat. What role does the Constitution play in an investigation conducted by the Integrity Commission where they recommend, where they have recommendations for charges? What role, if somebody says, hey, my constitutional right was violated, what role does the Constitution play?
Boy, this sound like an exam question. But here's why I say it like that. Apart from the presumption of innocence, and due process, there's no complaint where the Constitution is concerned, and in any situation, that's a matter for the trial court.
Well,
So you're asking me the role, difficult to say because of who the state actor is.
well, let's explore a little bit deeper.
Hmm.
When somebody says, because people throw out conclusions when they talk about the Constitution, sometimes, a lot of times, in my
Mm.
experience, they'll say, "Oh, my due process was violated," and you say,
Mm.
"Okay, where, when, how, what was violated?" And the reason I mentioned that to you is that I'll never forget Jay Clay. I can't remember Jay Clay's last name. My administrative law professor, may his soul rest in peace. He asked a question one time in class, and the class was crowded. He said, "What does the term due process? What does it mean?" And people start come up with people are go through the Black's law book, and they might come up with all kind of things. And he said something which was very simple but very, very profound. He said it means process that is due. Due process means process that is due. Now, what is due? So you have to come down now and say, okay, well, they should have read me my rights before they asked me questions, or they detained me unlawfully. They handcuffed me and I had nothing. Facts will make the case. So you just can't say, "Oh, my due process was violated." And I said, so what does that mean? What process was due to you that was violated? What process?
But I wanted to juxtapose that. Who is
Okay.
alleging that their due process is violated?
If you read the affidavit of the PM,
Of who?
the PM,
Prepared by who?
it was
No, don't answer that. Don't answer that. We're not gonna get me in trouble on a Friday, Saturday night. Here's the thing about this. Look at Kevin's face. Kevin is like, let me drink water and mind my business because my show
Well, you,
in
you
less than
ask
2 hours.
you ask a question that we don't think about. Prepared by
Yeah,
whom?
there's a reason why. There's a reason why. I bring this thing up. You see how your professor said process that is due. In the Jamaican Constitution, Section 16 is very, very, very detailed, at every single stage. So when people, like you rightly said, that my due process is due, what people need to understand is that rights are not absolute. Rights are
right.
not absolute. So when you are alleging, huh?
No, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because Joe Money mentioned that 48.5 goes with 48.6, and so you're protected from self-incrimination. Joe Money, you're not reading it correctly. It says nothing in this section shall be deemed to remove the right of a person against self-incrimination. It's not referring to the way it reads. You cannot, because listen, every time they ask you for something, the Integrity Commission is going to ask you for a document that you composed or whatever. Just imagine if you could say, "I'm not giving it to you because it's going to incriminate me."
Mm-hmm.
So you can't read it that way. You can't read that it means nothing in this section shall be deemed to remove the right. What it means is that when it says remove the right of a person against self-incrimination, it's not referring to 5, where you can allege professional privilege. Because if you read it like that, then you don't have to give them anything at all, because anything they're asking you about you, anything they're asking you to provide in terms of documentary evidence about you could easily say 48.6. It's self-incriminatory. I can't give it to you. You can't read it like that. So that's a literal reading of it, but that's not the spirit of it. That's not what it means. That self-incrimination is something else. It's not referring to when they ask you for documents. And if you look, when they're asking about self-incrimination, a lot of times when they're talking about self-incrimination, they're talking about the spoken word, like they're interviewing you, and so you're saying that you have a right not to incriminate yourself by your words. But here, if you look at 5 is asking for documents. which is different. So 5, 6, if they ask you a question in 6, you could say, I'm not going to tell you. But if they say, we want a document, you can't say, I'm not going to give it to you because it's self-incriminatory. They're two different things. One, you're talking about speech. One, you're talking about documents. And
So
go ahead.
one is referring to historical events and one is referring to what you're creating now.
Right. So what could happen, Kevin? You're right. What could happen is that they could ask you about the documents and then you don't want to talk to them about the documents. But you can't say, I'm not going to give you the documents because the documents, they incriminate me. See what I'm saying?
Okay.
But if the but a bigger thing is, if the document is incriminating you, then you're a criminal.
You're not a criminal until you're.
Oh no! Listen.
You have to get caught first.
No. That's the thing. That's a misconception that people have. People are assuming that criminality is identified by conviction, but it is identical to integrity. You either have it or you don't. Integrity is an internal thing. So is criminality. If you're a criminal, remember, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, did it fall?
It never.
That's the thing. That's what the voters and that's what the constituents and that's what the supporters of persons do. They say it never dropped because we don't see it. There's a man who beat a woman with a chair, and because he married her, it means he's not a woman beater.
No, it means that he's a married woman beater. It doesn't mean that he's not.
No, it's not, because he doesn't have a conviction. So he's not not one of those people who perpetuate domestic violence. And so why these things is important is all you have to do was go to his attorneys, the same ones that are filing judicial review that is going to completely have egg on their faces at the end of the day, because this is a stall tactic. That's all it is. The sections are quite clear. And I mean, if I'm wrong, I can always go back and say, well, I'm just a young attorney who don't know nothing, and I'm the least among the greats and the silks. But what I will say is, people mustn't waste the court's time like this to circumvent. This is a creature of parliament created by your prime minister that is now coming to say he wants it completely removed. You don't have your cake and eat it too. We're taking 10 steps back, and people must appreciate this. And so now the very constitution and the very due process that people lost through the state of emergencies and all the ones that him called to say he's protecting the citizens from violent contributors. A term coined by non-lawyers to make people to make ordinary citizens appear to be criminals. So we must look at these things, because you don't just get up and say, "Oh, I need to protect myself against self-incrimination." If you're not incriminate yourself. But I digress.
But you could say something that is incriminating, but it didn't mean to say it that way.
What?
You could have said something that is incriminating, but you never mean.
Because you could quote a song and then people say you said it and not quote it.
Something like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it's, in other words, you have the right to remain silent, and you invoke your right to remain silent, but hand over the documents. Remember, these aren't regular people who are living in private life. These are public figures that are handling public money. You're a servant. And when you're in parliament, and when you're in these spaces, you're in there as a servant. You're not in there as a superior class or elite class. Your friends might be, Your lawyer friends and your society friends might be a part of the elite class, but you're a servant. And that's
Well,
the thing that people miss. We want to know. You don't think I
yeah.
want to know why my prime minister have 28 bank accounts, and Kevin, even if you have 28, I don't care.
Well,
You're not
right.
managing my tax money.
My
You're not giving me my economy where can yam. You're not doing that because
okay.
the economy can yam.
You know,
So go
Go
on,
ahead.
Will.
Yeah.
no, I was gonna digress. No, go ahead, continue.
So because me as a liquor man, and so it looks like it creates a double standard because then me, the guy that nobody knows, when I get the other 24 and a half accounts with $0 to amass my billions, all set up and thing, I would be okay as a little guy. But because you hold a public office as a servant, then that don't go so for you. So you and me can do the same thing, Isat.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you, I don't get there yet, you know. And one thing I can tell you, even before getting there, I go and pretend like I don't hear you. What I'm saying to you, even before getting there, it is for the world to see.
Okay.
Everything that I do is an open book. I'm simply saying, if everybody takes the ISAT approach and publicly live your life, then you won't have that problem.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a double standard, and if it is a double standard, the double standard should be in favor of the private citizen. You don't get to say I'm a public servant, but I have a private life when it involves public matters. That's the heights of hypocrisy. So I'm saying put it in context and allow us not to dance between the raindrops because this is serious. It is serious. On top of that, what is insulting is the people who are defending him. At least 7 of them are in the same predicament. Illicit enrichment or enrichmentization. I'm trying to make a big word, so it sounds grandiose. So yeah,
You
seven
know,
of 7 illicit enrichment people is coming to the podium to talk about the sub judice rule. And how dare you? We won't talk about that. And because you have beautiful speaking, people must say, oh, this is intelligence. The law don't work like that, you know. The law is either on your side or not on your side. No matter how you make it sound nice. And
you know,
wasting payers' dollars. Like a judicial review claim to strike down the sections of the IC, and you don't add the attorney general, the
and
AG's office when you're suing the government.
they're right, and they're the
And when as a prime minister, you say, I'm private, no, I'm suing the government. My brother, my big nose brother, you are the government. Didn't somebody tell you that?
guess what? And guess what? The
Yeah.
law went through the AG's office, right? All of the
Hmm.
law passed in Parliament, they have to go through the AG's office before they go to the GG. So they're
Hmm.
trying too. And now you're asking them now to come and defend you, the government, from saying we don't want it applied to us. So we want it to be repealed. But here's the problem. You're asking for a repeal of the law. And think about this, people. Think about this. And I didn't put it up because, like I said, we don't have enough time. We have less than half hour remaining. But think about this. The prime minister has consistently spoken about ethics and transparency and all of these things. And here it is now that he's actually arguing against it. And so what should one take away from this? I mean, just think logically. What should you take away from this? He's been trumpeting, he's been lionizing the cause of the Integrity Commission. You know what I'd like to say?
I would like to see December 9th, because December 9th is International Anti-Corruption Day. And every year he provides a statement about the Integrity Commission. Right? I want to see what he's gonna write this year. And one last thing, Kevin, before you come in, regarding the person who was saying that, there's self-incrimination. The self-incrimination comes in not when you provide the document, but when they ask you about the document and you say, I don't want to talk about it. That's perfectly fine. But when they ask you for the document, you have to provide that document. Now, when they ask you to provide the document, you have to provide the document. When they ask you about the document, then you can assert your right to self-incrimination. I say, I don't want to talk about it. Let's get to trial, and then fine, I'll answer at trial. That's where the self-incrimination piece comes in. But one last thing, Kevin, I promised you that I would. I'm going to show you something, Isat and Kevin, and I want and all of your family members out there, and I want you guys to look at this and tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm the only person who saw this. Why is it that the Integrity Commission didn't proceed with a charge against the Prime Minister for this? Now, keep in mind, folks, that the Corruption Prevention Act and the Integrity Commission Act, they reflect each other in some cases, meaning that what you see here, you see over here. And in fact, when you look at Integrity Commission Act, guess what it says? It's talking about amendments to the Corruption Prevention Act. It's not talking only about amendments to itself. It's talking about something outside of itself. Here, let me prove it to you. It is right there. This is the Integrity Commission Act, and it's talking about amendments in the Corruption Prevention Act, and it talks about several other acts. Right here is one of the amendments that it made to it. So they repealed, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right now, look at 15. Where is it? Hold on. No, sorry. Look at this one right here. 5. All right, look at 5. It says, insert immediately after subsection 2. Now, this is the Integrity Commission Act talking about the Corruption Prevention Act, the one that the Prime Minister is trying to strike out, section 14, subsection 5, that talks about illicit enrichment, right? It says here that there's an amendment to be made in the Corruption Prevention Act, and the amendment, several amendments. One of them is this. It says under section 2A, where an offense under this section involves the deliberate non-disclosure of property belonging to a parliamentarian or a public official, the court may, in addition to the imposition of a fine or term, imprisonment or both, order that the property be forfeited to the crown. So what this tells me is that when they go to court, and if they can show that there was a deliberate non-disclosure of property, and in fact, I think they have made that case already. The court can issue an imposition. The court can impose a fine or a term of imprisonment or both on the person and order that the property be forfeited to the crown. Now, are we ever going to see this happen in Jamaica? I'm waiting to see this happen. And this is good law. This is an amendment to the Corruption Prevention Corruption Act. But you won't find it. The interesting thing is you won't find this. If you go and look at the act, you won't find it there. You'll find it in the Integrity Commission. Different. So, go ahead, Kevin.
So, going back to something you said earlier, do as I say, not as I do. Pastors have been using it from time immemorial. Judges have been using it. So a prime minister can use it too. Do as I say, not as I do. Go ahead, and you people that go to vote need to follow these rules. You people that have businesses need to follow these rules. I am not necessarily going to follow these rules. And as I take it one step further, I'm going to just go and say, off with this rule,
Mm-hmm.
like the Queen of Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
So will all be lost in Wonderland.
Here's what that
off with this rule.
here's what that means, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm open. Everything I say, I'm open to being fully corrected. I will not profess to have that everything I've said here is right. So feel free to criticize me. I can only learn from your criticisms. And I'm talking to everyone now. If they decide to remove that illicit enrichment provision out of the Prevention of Corruption Act,
Mm-hmm.
you know what that signals? It signals that any politician of any stripe can now thief money and don't have to worry about this illicit enrichment provision, because nobody can come now and ask him and say your assets are disproportionate to your income. It's gone. It's gone. You can ask, is this what we've come to? Is this our version of controlling corruption? Is this it? Right.
You said if they. Who is the they?
In relation to what?
You said if they are going to remove the.
Oh no, I'm referring like they're petitioning the court, and if the court should say, okay, fine, we're going to
They
strike.
say court. Your friend said that will never happen. That's chat and at the end of the day, chat and nothing else. You think because you go law school and you can write fancy brief and file brief in court and put nonsense on it and entertain the court with nonsense. Come on, man. But the court have intelligent people up there, you know.
Well, let me tell you
So
something, Isaac.
it's one thing, the court will never embarrass itself at the Privy Council. So no matter what happened, the litigation like this goes all the way to the top. And so when you hear them, but we need to leave, and all of those things, that will never happen. I'm not even going to entertain that hypothetical. It will never happen. And all who thief, yeah, the thief in the dark, it come to light. You just pray, say, what was the name of that thing that Herb used to say? Magnitsky.
Magnitsky.
Magnitsky, yeah. All who gonna get a radam. We're at that place in life where there's expectations. Even if the people like you as a politician, they're saying it in circles. Yeah, them thief, but them a do something and whatever. But this is an embarrassing moment for Jamaica, and no litigation that's wasting the court time is going to help. On October 23, the court, yeah, you hear it when you can play this back. The court is going to deny
Right.
leave for judicial review. The court
Right.
is not. The court don't have no judge of the Supreme Court is going to entertain this nonsense.
You know what, Isat? And I encourage anyone who can pick up the affidavit submitted by the Prime Minister and the supporting documentation by the attorneys, and just read it. And if you don't understand, you can always reach out to me, Kevin Isaac. We'll do our best to try and explain to you. But I'm telling you,
Kevin.
the Prime Minister got very, very bad advice. Very bad advice. And that affidavit, poorly drafted. When you just read it for yourself, don't take my word, people. Just go read it for yourself. You'll see in it where 4 or 5 times, they're making reference to the 4 accounts from Nova Scotia. That's not a part of the lawsuit. And they reference it like 4 or 5 times. And if you look at certain paragraphs, they're very, very similar. It's just like they just padded the whole thing. I don't know how much they charge him, if they charge him per word or per page or per hour or a flat fee. I don't know what they charge him. But they even shouldn't pay them. Him shouldn't pay them nothing. If he can read, and I'm sure he can read the document for himself or get a second opinion and say, okay, read this document because lawyer A give to me, your lawyer B. Why you read it and tell me what it say and if it's if it's worth the paper it's written on. In my opinion,
you are assuming that was supposed to be a document to put up some formidable fight, defense, attack, something, versus a document to throw everything off center, distract, and raise an objection of some sort, and as a result, cause a dispute.
you're right.
Two different kinds of documents.
You're right. You're right.
And in the form of the latter, I think it is doing what it is supposed to do. And as such, it would buy time. And with us being a people of 9-day wonders, then time is the friend. But here comes people like you that feel say you must stop time and dwell on a particular item and cause problems, which is why they look out for you water in your lawn on sunny days and can't tell you what you're doing.
No, look. I submit to you that you're right. I assume that this was supposed to be a formidable opposition to what's going on, and so they're as tight and cogent and legally sound as possible. And you're right. If the idea is to distract and buy time, yeah.
You are looking at this document like how you would operate as an attorney to, and him being your client. I don't think you should.
First thing is this. I wouldn't have submitted that document. I would have told him, look, sit back, make it ride.
My point exactly.
Don't put anything up because you put it in court. This is just going to continue. And then look at the international attention it's getting. And people are saying the prime minister said he want to remove the illicit enrichment piece of the law that he has supported all these years, and now that it's pointed at him said, no, we need to get rid of it. And then
why to be fair to the prime minister, and that's one of the things about why sometimes I feel sorry for clients, citizens, and the prime minister is not a lawyer, so you have to appreciate that he put his trust in lawyers. He might be sitting somewhere saying, but I never did write that, and I never put that in my affidavit, and I don't even no. And listen, I'll put this in context. I'm not disrespecting him, but I'm sure him say I never ever contemplate. I never do that. I know he has to ride with it because he trusts his advisors. You think when them people that was telling him to call state of emergency, him did want to do it? You think when them people them did tell him for challenge the Rasta case, him did want to do it? You think some of the madness when it comes to all his constitutional losses that he had, including telling him senators back then to sign pre-sign letters of resignation, his people advise him and he trusts the people and think that they were legally sound. Come on, man. I mean, me never want to sound like me defending, but nothing worse than when your lawyer. It's like when you get statements that are written by police officers. It's so sweet when you get affidavits in court from, no disrespect, Miss Matty, I'm just using Brother Bernard. When Brother Bernard, who can't even read and write, come and say, it was the night before Christmas when I disengaged and embarked from the ship, and it was then I saw from the adjacent to the perpendicular intersection at the moment of the dissection that I realized that my statutory declaration was not of the deportment that was pleasing to the most erudite people that sits on the IC. So it was then I refused and exercised my right to disengage and do not speak to them so eloquently, so demurely, so beautificationally, and it was then I signed my name and put my X right where Malcolm X did say I must put it. Come on, man.
Isat, hold on a second. Don't forget, this is the Prime Minister, right, who said to Chief Justice Sykes, you're on probation, right?
And I know I know somebody and they name right with who. That advice.
Who?
Yes,
Whatever.
just
Yeah.
put him on probation and make we see what he can do. The poor prime minister don't know that he cannot do that. Just like they know that they're not supposed to have two DPPs acting at the same time. And so when you file your that thing that only you one get answers from, what they call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
disintegrate my mind. Access to information. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the only the Rattigan Information Center. He's the only person with information. And they don't want to give you the information because but let me tread lightly where that is concerned.
Funny you
Because he has no standing, he can get that information.
Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned about the letters, the unsigned letters and whatnot. Let me read something. I mean, these things just happen to fall in my lap. Let me just read you something.
All right.
This is about the affidavits of Arthur Williams and Christopher Tufton, the two senators who had the unsigned letters, right? Or undated, whatever. Here's what the Prime Minister said in his affidavit. He said, that with regard to the matter sworn to by the claimant, that is Mr. Williams and Mr. Tufton, he said the JLP was coming out of a particularly difficult period during which the former party leader had resigned, and I was nominated by my parliamentary colleagues to be appointed Prime Minister. Thereafter, I was elected unopposed at the party conference as a JLP leader in accordance with the party's constitution. Upon becoming leader of the opposition, I entrusted the claimant, Arthur Williams, with the important position of Chief of Staff in the office of the Leader of the Opposition, and I agreed to appoint him Leader of Opposition Business in the Senate. This position has responsibility for ensuring the unity and stability of the opposition members of the Senate. Concerns were expressed by members of the party, including Mr. Williams, about the unity and stability of the opposition senators, having regard to its history whilst in opposition. Listen carefully now. Accordingly, in his capacity as an attorney at law and leader of opposition business in the Senate, he, meaning Arthur Williams, devised a scheme which he advised would preserve the stability and unity in the opposition Senate, which he further advised was constitutional and which he would present to the opposition senators. Consequent upon the scheme devised and executed by the claimant, Arthur Williams, I received the letters that are attached to the claimant's affidavit, which were created and drafted by the claimant. So he's saying, hey, we have it all wrong. Arthur Williams is the guy who devised this scheme and come up with these letters. I had nothing to do with it.
And I believe him. Anytime he comes to the podium, he takes advice. A long time, you think I just Portmore housing scheme? A long time, them a scheme. See, him have it in our affidavit say, them had devised a scheme. So respectfully, it's just true. You see, true, I respect both. Them couldn't call me and ask me for take the Prime Minister money for file that the judicial review. Come on, know if I bought money. So I would just say, but I can see where, if free money given away, might as well.
And one of the things that you don't see is that people don't realize that there are 5 companies involved. ADMAT, rule out ADMAT, because ADMAT was in St. Lucia, right? And dissolved 2020 or 2021. Forget about ADMAT. But you have Estate Bridge, you have Imperium, you have Estate Bridge, Imperium, Green Emerald, and you have the foundation, right? What's curious about, to me, intriguing about all 4 of them? They were established during COVID. And what happened in COVID? Lots of money came to Jamaica during COVID. And you know what happened during COVID as well? I think I sent it to you, Kevin. Let me just read it to the people here.
The 30 million?
Yes, that we are talking about. The money that came, and nobody know up to now. Nobody know what happened to it.
And 10 million was for children.
Yeah. 30 million, 20 million, and I went and I looked it up. And this was during COVID. 20 million to help the economy and 10 million for at-risk risk youth initiative. And the question is, where are the initiatives and where is the money? Where's the money? And this is just one example. So people, you know, we have to, well, we're gonna end shortly because Kevin, we have to go over go support Kevin, you know, because the stew pot at work right now, it'll go on in 6 minutes. So we have to go over there and support him. But let me just take a quick go around and just finish up this. Isat, first of all, I want to thank, well, no, go ahead, finish and then I'll thank you.
No, so this is a very this topic, especially it started off with the sub judice rule and its selective use. It is a tool to circumvent answering the public on issues that are very controversial. I go on to speak about the Integrity Commission. Let me tell you something, man. The Integrity Commission is doing its job. A lot of these things, even a lot of the speculations and a lot of the flack, I'm going to use the word flack, that the Prime Minister is experiencing is because the Integrity Commission is gagged. So you have many people advocating, assuming and speaking for the Integrity Commission, and then you have a judicial review that is filed when the people who are now to respond is gagged. So when you look at how the law is being flouted and how this is embarrassing on a world stage, and you put up a picture earlier, and don't take it lightly, the mayor of New York, P Diddy's friend, and you know, show me a company and tell you who you are. So I saw me hear them I said these days, but P Diddy's friend, the mayor, who is you really go for the picture, who is indicted and is there with the prime minister. So the prime minister should watch his friends, because, and you can see that the good senator over there is distancing himself and looking straight, see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil, because it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And
I'm not kidding me.
no, honestly, it's not a good look. And what happens really is that either way, whatever it is, nobody wants their prime minister to be accused of illicit enrichment. At a minimum, it could have been somebody else close to him, him wife, and then he could have said, "I can't believe my wife doing me this." But at least the man at the head of the ship is not supposed to be caught in a situation like this. And that is, and we like to talk about it. So to borrow from the words of the Honorable Babsy Grange, you know, to be a leader, just certain conduct is, when it is unbecoming, you should resign and you should step away. And I call on the organizations, the private sector, and the churches, and the GLC, even though he's not a lawyer, but he have a PhD or a DPL or a DHP or Pepto-Bismol of doctorate of something in law and management and crime and violence. So respectfully, they should probably come in and say, file a complaint and have him resign or remove because of things like this, because we're not running a patty shop. No disrespect, Tasty and Juicy Beef, especially Juicy Beef, your boss are big in the diaspora these days, but respectfully, it has to stop, and I'm going to leave it right there.
We're running a patty factory, not a patty shop. Kevin, you have 1 minute.
Yeah. Sorry to be late again, y'all. Enough things. But we need to grab a popcorn and see where this is going, because this what we see on the surface is just that, fluff. And when we dig a little deeper and ask the right questions and get explanations, then our eyes open to something else. And for the people in Jamaica, fighting for Jamaica, it is for you to ask these deeper questions. Scrape off the fluff, scrape off the frat, off of the top of the chocolate mousse, and get down to the real stuff.
All
really
right.
and truly.
Let me just say, we went up to 1,602 devices, and I'm very thankful, because the people to hang around with for 5 hours and we're still at that level, much appreciated. We have about 30 seconds left. I want to thank Isat for coming on board with us today. I know he's busy and he's tired, And so, believe me, my brother, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you. And Kevin, thank you. But do your thing. And people, don't forget, Relax with the Rebel tonight at midnight. Thank you for tuning in. And don't forget also that on Wednesday, we have the new program. Wednesday from 9 to 10. This Wednesday from 9 to 10. It's called Come Reason with Rattigan. Until then, take care. Be well. We'll talk. Yeah, I'll call you about it, Isat. I'll call you. I'll call you later and let you know about the Come Reason with Rattigan thing. All right?
All right. Blessings.
All right.
All right.